Thank you very much, Cheng. Appreciate the introduction. So as mentioned, my name is Robert Piazantine. I am a partner with Macmillan LLP based here in Vancouver. For those of you who don't know, Macmillan LLP is a full-service business law firm. We have lawyers who cover everything you might need when you're starting a business all the way to exiting a business and everything in between. My role is I'm a partner in the technology group. I lead our technology practice nationally, and I work a lot with small companies, startup companies, emerging companies as they grow, and we help to develop them and bring them into, provide them the legal advice that they need in order to make their businesses as successful as possible. And so I'm really happy today to be able to sit here with Jessica. And perhaps, Jessica, maybe Cheng gave a great introduction on the business, but do you want to give a few words about yourself in terms of how you got to where you are right now?
Hello, everyone. I'm the CEO of Gene Biomedical. Gene Biomedical is from groundbreaking, provide a rapid diagnostic solution during the pandemic. We're the key supplier of the Canadian federal government during the pandemic. Post-pandemic, where becomes a primary commercialization business partner with 5 innovation hubs to be preparedness pandemic program. So very happy today I'm sitting on the stage with Rob to chat about what has happened during the healthcare crisis and how do we solve the problem and then continue to do the innovations in the futures. Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Jessica. So as we heard, Gene Biomedical as a company is a top diagnostic solutions provider. Can you provide sort of a description of sort of the first products or services that the company offered and how it's evolved over time to get to where you are today?
So Gene Biomedical, we built the company in 2021, but we started research when the pandemic happened in 2019. In the really early stage, we found the 0 patient samples in Asia. And then so in the early stage innovations, we consider the upstream and then downstream, providing the solutions with low cost, higher accuracy, the diagnostic solutions. At the beginning, we offer the manufacturer services to other companies to provide the diagnostic solutions made in Canada. We take over 6% marketing shares made in Canada at that time. So during that time, almost 57% marketing shares were imported from other countries like US and Asia. 27% was imported from South Korea. Only 7% made in Canada. Gene Bio produced 6% in the rapid test, and then 1% made by LAMP Diagnostic Solutions. So we have a massive potential marketings for the diagnostic solutions. This is how that works during the pandemic.
Excellent. Thanks, Jessica. So starting during the COVID, or the beginnings of the company began in the COVID sort of era, were there any sort of key or pivotal moments or decisions during that phase that significantly impacted how the company would grow and develop over time?
Yeah, the key components that is include what is the streamline of the innovations. So to choose the specific N protein, as you know, the innovation, and as you know, the COVID-19 viruses is called the SARS-CoV-2. That is based on the SARS viruses variant into the SARS-CoV-19s. So the spike proteins that is create a lot of variant and then keep going. So the recent report saying over 30,000 variant COVID-19 has been found all over the world. The most majority variant strains, the WHO use alphabet to rename of them: alpha, beta, gamma, omicrons, and the delta. So Gene Bio, when we choose the targets and we choose the N proteins, that is include 5 important domain, and then this is that's why we in our technology we can identify over 40 different variants in the COVID-19 virus, clonal viruses. So improve that sensitivities. Also, we consider the lower the cost that compare with the PCR. Also, we consider of the pandemic compare with the country's populations. So that's why the rapid point of care that will be release the pressures of a healthcare crisis.
Thanks, Jessica. And then, given the beginnings of the business and the idea in the COVID era, and so we're out of the worst part of the COVID pandemic at this point in time. But how have you continued to sort of grow and develop the business as the pandemic issues have changed? As COVID has mutated into other ways, or whatever. Have you sort of stayed on top of all of that, and how have you kept the business relevant through that stage?
So COVID is a long-term COVID issues. As I mentioned, the COVID viruses keep variant. To keep the reagent, giving the correct diagnostic decisions to healthcare providers is our mission and a response. So to give a more accuracy result to help release the healthcare crisis, that's our responsibility for developing the diagnostic solutions. And we also, the technology can be used in the clean tech field, agriculture field, and the environmental pollution field. So that the technology is provide the innovation solutions.
Now, a big challenge for all businesses as they're growing, they're developing, and especially in a fast-paced environment, like when you're dealing with something like the COVID pandemic, is the protection of your intellectual property. And so, IP, how to make sure you actually have control, ownership, the ability to actually commercialize what you're doing, so that the business can profit from the development, the research, everything you're doing. Your business has achieved positive net present value as a result of a very robust IP portfolio. Now, were there any significant challenges or legal issues or other issues with respect to your intellectual property generally that the company faced that you had to overcome from the start till now?
That's good questions. So develop the IP in the really early stage. That is the most important parts. For the development, the new key components, marketing demands, also the commercialization supply chains, that's also created the IP portfolios. So Gene Biomedical consistent to create IP portfolios include trademark, trade secret, copyrights, and then the industry designs. That is created also to work with the IP firms. That's very important to get a more early stage coaching to understand what is the regulation times, what is the IP protections. That's the most important to helping us achieve the positive IP net worth. Thank you.
And did you have to make decisions from a costing perspective? Because to take the steps necessary to protect your intellectual property, there is costs involved in that. Did you have to balance sort of what was more important in terms of the development of the business from protection of IP versus research versus commercialization versus, anything? Were there any difficult decisions you had to make in that regard?
The financial balancing definitely is very difficult. To develop the IP, that's a long-term journeys. Also to help us to understand the whole process to get the regulations. So Gene Biomedical gathered the regulate from the Health Canada authorized in last year, August. So it takes us at least 2 years get approved, list on the market. So to push the products on the market, the timeline is very important. We have a greatest innovations in Canada, genius ideas and great innovations, but the timing to get into the market, that's also very efficient.
And what was the process that you followed at Gene Biomedical with respect to developing, protecting, creating your IP and the portfolio with respect to, say, things like patents, trademarks, you mentioned trade secrets? Did you have an internal process to sort of elaborate those technologies, go out and actually protect them from there?
The most our IP portfolio right now is protected by the trade secret and know-how, because the diagnostic method, diagnostic patents that include the research patents, utility patents, industrial design. The rapid test, the diagnostic solutions, somebody's already registered the patents, but to specific targets and proteins, it's taking a long time to register the patents. But somebody who bring the products already on shelf, that is also protect us of the IP portfolios.
And related to that then, from an international perspective, because obviously you're a local company, but you're operating, you have deals and relationships with partners around the world. Did you have to take steps to work on protecting your IP on an international scale?
Yeah, so the international market does need the different regulation procedures. So for the Europe market that need the CE mark, to enter the U.S. market that need the FDA approved, and the Health Canada, the Canadian market is Health Canada approved. In the other countries that need a different market to entrance. So understand the regulation process, register the trademark to protect our safeguard of the IP. That is what we're doing right now.
Were there any challenges with the protection of your intellectual property where you had to sort of avoid particular jurisdictions or reconsider how best to go about protecting your IP as the business grew?
Yeah, so develop the medical device that is we have to navigate the legal issues. So in Canada, we have a Canada Health Act and then the Medical Device Act to understand the diagnostic solutions, which class will belongs to. Medical device in Canada, we have a class 1 to class 4 in the different levels. The highest class means the highest risk, because in the diagnostic solutions, usually we coding the biomarkers, that is a higher risk, and also giving the result, the diagnostic result to the healthcare providers. It could be, it's a big challenging and a big responsibility to give the decision to the healthcare providers. So when we develop the biomarkers, we have to consider the long-term steady solutions for the long COVID or any other infection diseases.
Thanks, Jessica. Now, shifting gears a little bit, when you were growing the business, did Gene Biomedical employ any unique or unconventional sort of growth strategies that were more or less successful for the business? Did you find some things that worked better and some things that perhaps you realized after the fact were not, perhaps not the right approach for your business?
I think Gene Biomedical currently is facing the capacity challenges. We produce over 50 million testers during the pandemic, but we stuck at capacities. So that's why the most diagnostic solutions in Canada, we have to import from other countries. And Canadian government, before the COVID, Canadian government spent over $5 billion every year annually to import the diagnostic solutions from other countries, such as a PCR, ELISAs, or rapid test. And then during the pandemic, we only take domestic, so 6% marketing shares. We definitely have rooms to improve our services.
And you mentioned the capacity issue, and during the COVID pandemic and then after, there was a serious supply chain issue for a lot of industries. Everyone was being impacted by it. You guys, Gene Biomedical, you sourced a lot of key supplies, notwithstanding those significant supply chain issues. What type of solutions did you introduce to sort of address that particular risk in terms of how do you get the supplies when you need them in order to actually service the market into which you're providing your products, and what sort of approaches or technologies did you learn or develop as a result of that exercise?
That's actually very challenging. When the pandemic happened, the supply chain issues always have a higher challenging for us, upstream and downstream. Those plastic cassette or the paper box, everything shortage. So to connect with all of the suppliers or strategic business partner globally, share the data, so share where those supplies, how long to ship overseas to Canada, to estimate the timeline, also push our manufacturer to produce the products, deliver to our clients. That is what the Gene Bios do. So we did a pretty well job to immediately deliver the supplies during the Omicron's explode. So that's why we have a wild connections. We have a strategic partners globally, 120 business partners, upstream and downstream, that to understand each other, what is the demands. So share the marketing strategies, share the informations to each other.
Well, I think one of the key success points for Gene Biomedical was the ability to be a lot more efficient from a supply chain perspective in an environment where supply chain issues were very challenging for a lot of businesses. And in light of that, and in light of the COVID-19 pandemic and everything, what would you normally suggest, or what would you advise, rather, businesses when they're trying to build the resilience in order to deal with whether supply chain issues, but it can apply to other areas of their business as well, to have that resilience in order to face future crises and deal with any challenges they might face?
I would suggest to do the marketing research in the really, really early stage innovations to understand the key components, what is the marketing demands, and the IP portfolios protections. So this will cutting off more time to achieve the successful.
And so in terms of the establishment of, as you're going through all those challenges, from a financing perspective for the business itself, did you have to go out and secure financing from third-party investors, or how did you sort of build that side of the business to ensure you had the financial wherewithal in order to continue to grow your business?
At the beginning, we're funded by the family and the friends' support. Everything comes really fast. We don't even have a time to go raise money. So we passed the best time to approach the seed or angel investors. So the company grew rapidly during the pandemic. And then the post-COVID, we're focused on the cutting-edge novel technology to provide better diagnostic solutions, increase the sensitivities, and then lower the cost. That is our focus. So we collaborate with a lot of universities, institutions, and the other business partner globally to innovate the newer technology. So we're expanding the business, shift more in the innovation side, also help a lot of other early stage company, guide them how to understand the market and the regulations of the medical device. So that's the Gene Biomedical right now is a co-investment with the government and then the institutions to build up the pilot manufacturers in domestics. So we are more focused on the provide the prototyping services, early stage innovations in the research center.
Now, a lot of businesses, as they're growing, and especially the way you described Gene Biomedical grew very quickly because of circumstances that around what was going on with the pandemic. What did you find were perhaps some of the biggest challenges you faced? You know, a lot of times when you're scaling up that quickly, it could be resourcing from employees, making sure you have enough people. But what were sort of the biggest issues that Gene Biomedical had to overcome during that growth phase?
The timeline is our challenging to register the patent, or even though the industry design patent, that is also causing time. So that's why we have two top lawyer firm. One is an IP firm to give us the guidance. Another is a corporation structures firms, law firms, to give an insight of how to create the critical goals for create IP portfolios.
And given the rapid growth, and then you mentioned that things grew so quickly that you didn't actually have an opportunity to go for seed financing or anything like that. Is that something now as part of your strategy? You're sort of thinking, okay, what do we do going forward to continue to grow the business, to scale it to the next level? Do we need to bring in investors, or like how do you sort of assess that from a business perspective to maximize the value for Gene Biomedical?
Yeah, absolutely. We do need bring the strategic investors in our group in order to expand the business in the futures. We have 4 new innovation on our new pipelines. That is also will welcome the investors to participate in the companies, to grow the companies, to grow a real research biomanufacturers in Canada. That is our plan.
And related to that, I guess, as well, would be things like partnerships with third parties, whether local or international entities, that'll help you sort of be strategic in the growth of your business. Can you speak to the advantages that you have found of partnering with similar companies in the industry, and how Gene Biomedical has managed to build those relationships over time?
At the beginning, we provide OEM, CDMO services to other companies because our own development haven't got authorized yet. But we found to share the marketing informations, that is very important. I think it is a benefit to connect with all of the industry business partners to understand the marketing demand, also delivery, the capability to the market. That's the key components.
And were there any strategic partnerships or collaborations that were essential or fundamental in sort of the growth? I know you mentioned earlier relationships with like Health Canada or their corresponding partners in other countries because you had to be licensed or regulated by them. But were there any sort of those types of strategic partnerships or collaborations that really helped Gene Biomedical sort of push through to the next level?
The Health Canada, they're the agency to approve those products for the regulations. There's one program in really early stage. You can bring your idea or components to ask to get a consultant from the Health Canada. They won't tell you how successful you will be, but at least they will give some guidance. This is feasible for applied medical device, which levels at least you can understand. For us, at least we can understand quickly what is the policy and how long for the timeline of the regulations. And another collaborations with Gene Biomedical is NRCH, the National Research Council. So they're encourage the domestic innovations that is made in Canada to keep the IPs in Canada. So they're giving the match fund to support the early stage innovations, and then they encourage the commercializations in Canada. Yeah, so those national nationwide councils will helping us a lot to navigate. The third one, the business partners, is public health authorities. So public health authorities give the guidance what is their shortage. So for medical device, we always have to import from other countries. So we get the shortage list. We understand what is the government purchase agency demand. That's why we're providing the cutting edge novel technology, lower the current cost for the shortage supply demand. That is can really help our healthcare's medical supply chain issues.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Jessica. I think we're close to start the question. I just want to make sure it's hard to see you guys over there.
There's a lot of questions.
Okay. So perhaps we'll get into the questions now then, because it's probably a good time. And so the first question, Jessica, is startups often struggle with scaling very fast. What was the single biggest challenge for you to grow so quickly as a company?
Yeah, so thank you for the first questions. The biggest challenging is for the balancing the financials. So because when we do the innovations, we have no fundings. So all the fundings have to come from the family's support. Yeah, so because this is, I have over 15 years experience. I experienced the last pandemic SARS, so that's why I can act so quickly. But for the normal innovations, the financials issues, that will be causing a long trail for the normal companies to innovate a new technology.
Another question, which is, did Gene Biomedical start up in a research institution or in a biotech incubator? And if not, how did you actually develop your technology and intellectual property from there?
We start up at a research group. We're funded by the whole bunch of scientists group. We did our phase 3 clinical trial in Denmark in 2021 September's. So our kickoff the market is in the European market, and then we come back to register the Health Canada in 2022 August.
Excellent. How did Gene Biomedical gain access to patient zero in China for the COVID pandemic, and which probably would have given you a great advantage in developing your product? So how did that come about?
Yeah, we collect the samples, 0 patient samples from China, but for the other samples, we bought over 40 different patient samples globally. So for alpha, beta, gamma, and delta, and Omicrons, those samples were from everywhere in globally, not just in China, but the first patient, 0 patient samples was from China.
What is the inspiration for you and your co-founders what was your inspiration to start up Gene Biomedical? And what's your long-term vision for continued success?
My team has great talent, scientist, financial expert, and then the digital health expert. One of the co-founders was pay by phones guy. Last time he gave the presentations here too. So we want to provide the digital readable devices in the futures. So ChatGPT, AI really bring a lot to our communities. So also we want to have the revolutions in the medical field as well. So this is in the futures, Gene Biomedical keep developing more digital medical devices to the diagnostic solutions.
Excellent. And So what challenges did you face in funding the enterprise during its early stages? You mentioned you had friends and family as the primary thing. How do you think those challenges would be overcome, and what might be different in today's market, given the changes in the environment since the beginning of the COVID pandemic?
It is very challenging last year because the primaries been really, really high last year. So it is very challenging for Gene Biomedical to raise money. The most challenging is how to do the valuations. What is the values of the companies? So most biotech company, they're pre-revenues, we're post-revenues. How the investors see the values of the companies, that is our facing the challenges.
All right. You also, Gene Biomedical produced over 15 million testers during the pandemic itself. How many are you producing each year now, and where else are you making up for reduced production?
So Gene Biomedical producing 50 million testers during the pandemic. Right now, we're producing the home use, self-use under Gene Biomedical's brand. It's called the Sweep Swab. So we use different technology targets the N proteins, which is can detect over 40 different variant the COVID-19 viruses. So right now, our self-test is already on shelf. People can purchase, easy access. So right now, the marketing is in Quebec. Those free testers already, the federal government, they stopped to purchasing. The pharmacies start to put on the shelf. People start to buy. So the diagnostic rapid test is for right now. We educated the market. More and more people understand how when they have symptoms, they want to test, and then they want to understand what kind of viruses they're catching. Do they catching COVID-19s, flu ABs, or RSVs? So that's give the decisions also to healthcare providers or pharmacists, either what kind of medications can give to the patient, where they give to the antibiotics, or what kind of medications to focus. So for keep going tracking our reagent to test a variant, that is our responsibilities.
Would you be able to comment on the holistic health sciences industry generally and see how that sort of impacted your business as you've grown along? Just came off the screen. So the question just dropped from our screen. So there it is. It's back. Okay. So the first one. So comment on the holistic health sciences industry in Canada, and what areas of development do you recommend for the ecosystem?
Right now, we are Gene Biomedical belongs to it's called the One Health communities. So those scientists, physicians, and then healthcare providers, we share the datas and then the update infection diseases informations. So what is area? Okay. So so there's a lot of newer technology happened in BC. In BC we have a great biotech companies that is helping to stimulate our ecosystem. So in diagnostic field, we are more right now. I see a lot of demands on the animals study, animals infection diseases. That is the most popular development right now.
And do you find the talent and skill sets that you need locally in BC, or did you have to go beyond BC to find the skill you needed?
we have a great innovations in BC. The only challenging right now is we don't have too many skilled workers to understand the GMP and somebody who's familiar to work at the GMPs. So I encourage the universities to have a manufacturer training program, quality control assurance program to training the student. After they graduate, they can get into the manufacturers. At least they know how to operate in the machines, understand how to write the SOP, follow the SOPs. So we moving forward the training program and do some consultants to the other companies. But we want to introduce the program also to the institutions as well.
Another question is, we understand the life cycle in the research and biomedical fields are quite long. How long did it take Gene Biomedical to do that? How did you deal with the time period for getting the approvals and everything you needed?
Oh my God, I was running really fast during the pandemic. My team worked 24 hours, 3 shifts. We hired over 300 people working in the manufacturer. It's very very challenging, and then right now I cannot stop. I still sleep at the 2 a.m. Yeah. But I keep learning. I keep learning a lot of new informations. I attend a lot of bio event in globally. I went to UK. I went to Boston. And then Germany in November, South Korea, Thailand in December. So I want to know what's happening in other countries, how to benefit to our country, how to protect our peoples.
We're almost at the end of time, so I'll ask one last question, and then perhaps we'll wrap it up after that. And this one is, you mentioned collaborating with university research teams. How do you help university innovations to be commercialized?
Yeah, this is what we do right now. So a lot of researchers, they need to understand what is the marketing demand. So that's why we collaborate with the universities, researchers. We give the data analyst, we're giving the data analyst of the marketing demand, what is the research directions and what kind of components, what is the marketing's looking for, the solutions, and then estimate the cost. So they can have a clear direction for the innovations. That's the current what we're doing with the 3 universities.
Well, that's excellent. Thank you very much, Jessica. I think we learned a ton about your business and about you, but this is brilliant. Thank you very much. Thank you to
everyone.
UBC for hosting this. This was excellent.
Thank you.
Morning, everybody. Morning, panel. I am so excited to be here. When Michelle Sklar asks you to moderate a panel at EIW, you jump, because especially when you work in research partnerships like I do. So my name is Karen Chu, as Chang says. I'm an innovation partnerships manager at Innovation UBC within the VPRI, and I'm so excited to have experts here from all manner of the research to action pathways, because we work on impact pathways within the office. So I'm so glad to have all of you here. I'm going to introduce them yet again, even though Chang already did. To my right, we've got Aislinn Sirk, your Research Partnerships and Innovation Manager at the University of Victoria's Industry Liaison Office. And before Aislinn became a lawyer and manages all things IP, licensing, and commercialization at UVic, she had an entire career as an electrochemist. So welcome, Aislinn. I can't wait to hear your stories. Next to her, we've got Simon Donner. Simon is a professor of geography at the University of British Columbia. And you're a scientist, and you're a climate scientist, and from your website with a sub-focus on marine science and policy, Can't wait to hear about your stories and how you're here, Simon. Thank you for being here. And then right at the end, we've got Alison Shaw. Alison, you're the Executive Director of Simon Fraser University's inaugural, brand new, May of this year, Community-Centered Climate Innovation Initiative. I'm going to let you talk about that a little bit more, but you also hold appointments as the Executive Director of the Action on Climate team. So welcome, all of you. So I think I've done a little bit of introduction as to who these people are, but those are just their credentials. And I thought what I'd like to do is have you introduce yourself by, we're here to talk about research impact. So if you could tell us your personal journey on how you came to, first of all, what research impact means to you and how you arrived here and also here on this panel. So whoever's ready, you can pick up the microphone that hopefully is next to you or on your butt. And yeah, please. Alison's ready.
Hello?
Yes.
There we are. Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Alison Shaw. I'm really excited to talk about these themes as I've been working in research to impact areas for over 20 years now. Initially as an academic at UBC, leading large-scale interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary projects, looking at collaborative opportunities to move climate action into practice. And so impact to me really is about moving climate knowledge, resources, and tools into practice and changing practices, changing mindsets, changing organizations. And so the way that I have come to this was initially as a PhD student investigating science policy interactions in the third assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and recognizing the soupy mix between how evidence is taken up by policymakers and decision makers. And really kind of investigating that at the international scale made me realize that that's one place to act, but the place that I felt more capable of influencing action was at regional and local scales. So my career has been building and fostering interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research projects with strategic partners in government, private sector, Indigenous communities and leadership, as well as stakeholder groups such as NGOs and equity-seeking groups. And I came to a place in academia where I realized that the knowledge and the tools and the resources largely exist for action. What the barrier is the way that our organizations function and the types of decision-making and leadership we have in our organizations. So I started a consulting company called Flipside Sustainability to really start mobilizing all of that knowledge and resources and tools into particularly regional and local governments. And so the emphasis of that in terms of impact has been thinking strategically about how to help governments reduce risks and vulnerabilities to climate change while also reducing emissions and using climate action as a strategic opportunity to link to sustainability, innovation, and to be a critical piece of the transition to sustainability. So now at the Community-Centered Climate Innovation Program at SFU, I will be using those ideas and those tools to foster relationships with strategic partners, and that's it for me.
It's going to be a busy year for you, Alison. Thank you so much. Simon, did you want to share your story?
Thank you. Thanks, and thanks, Alison. So again, my name is Simon Donner, and I am a climate scientist at UBC. And when I was deciding whether to go to graduate school and do a PhD or not, I had this sort of existential debate. I was interested in climate change. I happened to be good at math and physics, and it felt like a good way to apply the one set of skills that I seemed to possess towards something that was important to the planet and important to people. But I was torn. Should I go and do research on the subject and work like as a scientist or a professor or something, which is one path, doing a PhD, or should I work in like communications or journalism or film it or something where we could tell the stories. I had that debate basically when I was 25, and now another 25 years later, I'll tell you that I have not resolved that, the answer to that question. I made a choice, which you have to do, but I never really resolved the question, and instead it kind of just got embedded in my career. So I went off and did a PhD in atmospheric and oceanic sciences, and then when I graduated, I got the chance to work as like a postdoctoral associate, so just as a scientist, but I was in a public policy school, working with other climate scientists, but a whole bunch of people, lawyers, economists, et cetera. And although my research was on the science side, there's the osmosis from being around all those other people. And so by the time I moved back to Canada and came here to Vancouver to work at UBC, I'd kind of made a choice that, well, I think you can kind of do both. And what I concluded was that the reason I went and did this in the first place and did the degree was because I do enjoy research, I do enjoy teaching, and I do enjoy trying to solve scientific problems. But that I also knew that if I wanted to talk about it and try to have some sort of an impact, I needed to have credibility. And the credibility was in my own eyes. I needed to feel like I deserved to be in the room talking about it. And so then from then, I'll just say from my own career, I am evidence that the old idea that to be successful as an academic and to be promoted, you have to just publish papers, that you can't do other things. Because I've done other things the whole time, and the university always liked it. Right? So I think that old idea has actually died a lot, more than people realize. And so over the years, my work evolved from doing the science to try to say, how can we use our science to answer policy questions? How can we train students to do this and give seminars on it and everything? And two things in the past few years have come as a result of that. One was that I was then asked to be sort of the climate scientist on this federal advisory body on what the country can do to get to net zero, and that's been a fantastic opportunity for me to learn a lot about what transformational change really is at the government and the policy level. But the other thing was, in doing that work, looking at the university and realizing there's so many people interested in climate change now at UBC. Almost every faculty member, almost every research group on some level is thinking about climate change. And when I started, it was basically 20 people. And now there's like really thousands. And most of us are working on them in different faculties, different disciplines, and there's some collaborations and everything, but it's confusing. And so we pitched to the university in the follow-up to the climate emergency declaration that we need some sort of center, but there's too many people to put in a center. And so instead we said, what about making kind of like a web that goes on top? Instead of saying everybody goes in a center, why don't we create something, we call it a collective, because this is a collective action problem, just to coordinate people around campus, raise the profile of stuff for the university, which of course they like, but also to just get people talking to each other and to try to inspire work towards solutions. Because one of the things I've discovered in talking to students and other faculty over the years, because I'm sort of, my professional life is, climate change is really at the center of it, people come to me all this time saying, I want to do something, but I'm just not sure what it is. And so we need some sort of, and this is what we're trying to do with this solutions collective, a way to basically do some speed dating and matchmaking, to get people talking to each other across campus, but also to draw in people who are wanting to have an impact and do work on solutions, research, have an impact on, in the outside world, but don't even know how to start. They probably have skills and knowledge that are useful, but they don't even know how to get started. And we're hoping just by bringing people together, that'll start to happen a little bit more. And so that's this initiative that I'm here partly to talk about this week. And for those of you that are going to be at UBC's main campus on Friday, we have an event, a launch event at noon, and I encourage you all to come. You can just sign up at climatesolutions.ubc.ca. Thank you.
So entrepreneurial, plugs at the end of his tour. So I love it. Thank you. Aislinn, please tell us about your story. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everybody. So I am not a researcher now. I work in research partnerships with a specialization in patents and intellectual property related to science and engineering. And our office works a lot on what I call the nuts and bolts of making partnerships happen. So initial introductions, NDAs, grant support, contracts, more contracts, patent evaluations, licenses, everything that makes partnerships happen and ties them together. However, before I became involved in all of this part of it, I was actually a researcher, and I'm very excited to talk about that little bit of past, because I had a double major in chemistry and environmental studies. I also went to graduate studies, and I plan to save the world through coming up with a more efficient catalyst for fuel cells. I failed. I think everything's become batteries, not fuel cells. I then went on and did a postdoc where I melted down rocks to make oxygen, which is a carbon-free way of making steel. And I think that had a little more success after I left. And then I came back to Victoria and, as I mentioned, got a law degree, and now I end up working in research partnerships. And I'm happy to talk about any of the amazing ways that researchers can move things from the lab or the research institute or the policy into action, into the outside world, and also how partners outside come and engage with the university and pull out that information. And all of those happen in really neat ways. I think I'm just going to talk about sort of the biggest thing that is sort of burning up my desk right now, which is ACET, which is accelerating community energy transformations. And this is launching this fall, sort of has already launched. It's 7 years, $80 million for creating tidal and wave energy in remote communities. And it ties into community. There's a huge community section associated with this, and research, and climate change, self-sufficiency, and collaboration. Working with multiple other universities and about 40 partners for that. So there's one example coming out of UVic.
Thanks so much, you guys. I have a section of questions I wanted to ask about partnering, but I see it's going to be, there's going to be some fantastic stories on partnering from all of your stories. So thank you so much for that. So we're here because you all believe in action. You've referred to that several times in your personal journey stories, and that acknowledging that there are multiple pathways to action. Could you share a story of how this action has happened in your work, in your personal journeys? Like how are there pathways, and how have you watched it or implemented it yourself? Allison?
Sure.
Yeah.
So this kind of builds on the narrative that I just shared about impact, to me, really being more systemic thinking about climate action. So often, climate action in the discourse has been focused on reducing emissions. And it's only recently that we've started to realize that it should also mean focusing on reducing climate risk and climate vulnerabilities. And so for the past 20 years, I've been kind of showcasing that if we look at the opportunities to reduce climate risk and vulnerability and emissions at the same time, which have traditionally been done in silos in the decision-making realm, that we can really leverage larger scale innovation to help promote communities and different public and private sector organizations toward their net zero carbon reductions, as well as building resilience. So these are the two things that we have to think about moving forward with climate action. And through the Action on Climate team at SFU, we have called this particular approach the low carbon resilience planning and decision-making approach. And we've applied new criteria in local government contexts to help decision makers think through different priorities, whether it's an investment priority or a land use planning priority or procurement or governance, to always ask the question, does this reduce climate risks? What types of risks? How does it build the social and adaptive capacity of the community so that you're building resilience over time to projected climate impacts? And how does it reduce emissions? And by doing this, we've had tremendous impact in local governments starting to integrate climate action as part of their decision-making criteria. And I could go on and on about the different types of impact that that's had and outcomes that that's had. But one of the primary things that...
Give us one example.
Well, procurement. So, for instance, when local governments plan for climate change, they often procure mitigation specialists to help them evaluate their transportation, housing, and waste to better understand opportunities to reduce emissions. We're saying, why not encourage collaboration between climate professionals and scientists to get them talking about strategic opportunities to reduce emissions while also adapting and building resilience. And so this has been a really seminal change in practice in the professional realm and change in decision-making practice in local governments, starting in BC, but moving across Canada. And just yesterday, I found out that the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is using our framing and our model to actually frame the criteria for funding for local governments on climate action moving forward. So that's a huge win because they are the primary funding arm for local governments from the federal government.
Fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. So I'm going to skip over you. You thought I was going to come to you? I'm going to come right to Aislinn. I'm going to mix it up. Aislinn, please.
Okay, I'll do an entirely different example. Yeah. Let's do, I'm going to go with a pure tech transfer example with a local UVic startup.
That's also a pathway that we love.
Yeah, this is where a professor developed a technology, brought it to our office, and it was a method to do construction using less concrete. As you might know, cement production involves a lot of CO2 emissions. And so if you can use less concrete and make it last longer, that's great. And so we filed the patent, took that through the patent prosecution process that if anyone knows about is long and kind of arduous. And then we now have a nice successful spin-off, Setu, and it's got several pilot projects out there laying down the concrete and selling its product, which will reduce climate impact with help from some nice protectable IP. And so there's one simple tech transfer, traditional tech transfer from a university.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Aislinn. Simon.
Thanks. Fantastic. You know, as coming from a scientist and somebody that works on policy a little bit, for me, so much of solving climate change is making sure that we've set the enabling conditions right so that the inventions and things coming out of universities can go to market, and so that the individual person, people sitting in this room are incentivized to buy those things rather than the more polluting things, right? And so my experience is more in the policy realm, and I want to give you an example of where we need to be thinking entrepreneurial. It's not exactly quite a solution. It's not quite a problem that's been solved yet. But, you know, right now, the fourth largest source of emissions in Canada is buildings, so residential and commercial buildings, your homes, buildings like this, et cetera. And most of that is from heating and cooling them, right, which we largely use natural gas in Canada. But the alternative technology exists. We have district energy system here in Vancouver, and there are heat pumps, which is old technology that's always worked and would be great because it reduces climate risk. Both gives you heating and gives you air conditioning, right, gives you cooling. But this is a struggle at the federal level to change the building sector. The projections, according to the 2030 emissions reduction plan for Canada, is banking on a very large reduction from the building sector. And I'll say, because I'm on an advisory body to the minister, and they know we say this, it's like, how are you going to accomplish this with the existing policies? It just doesn't make any sense.
I can confirm that changing building policies is really difficult.
So there we go. So I'll give you an example then.
It's another project.
So last year, last November, I was in Ottawa for a meeting of our advisory body. We normally work virtually, but once or twice a year we meet in person. Then we also had a big federal conference to present our advisory body, another climate institute, all presenting on work. And buildings was going to be one of the subjects on one of the panels. And the night before, I was standing in front of the hotel getting a breath of fresh air because I was nervous about the talk I had to give because I had found out 10 minutes earlier that the Prime Minister was speaking after me. No one told me before that. And I bumped, there's a guy out there having a smoke, and he's like, "You here for the meeting?" And I was like, "Yeah, what meeting are you here for?" He's like, "Oh, I'm with the Net Zero Home Builders." I'm like, "Oh, are you coming to our conference tomorrow?" He's like, "No, we're meeting in the hotel." I was like, "Wait, you have a meeting of Net Zero Home Builders in this hotel, and across the street we're having a Net Zero conference?" It was just a coincidence. And so we got to talking, and we had a drink, and we talked a little bit, and he was telling me about all the challenges they have with federal policy. And when it comes down to it, contractors like him are often not taking federal rebates because of technical challenges about when the money's offered. That means the contractor has to carry the money, and they don't want to have to do it. And it was just one of those examples of where we're trying to put the policies into place. We think we have the enabling conditions, but we're not partnering enough to really realize. And so to me, it was realizing that the builders weren't at the conference talking about the policies we need to be solving, whereas, to be honest, the suggestions that this gentleman I talked to had were better than anything I heard at the conference the next day. And so to me, that's an example of how we need to partner because the solutions are just sitting there.
That seamlessly, Simon, thank you for sharing that, but that seamlessly leads us to like our next thing, which is about partnering. All of you talked about all the different partners that are necessary to make something like this work beautifully. So, Aislinn, I'd like to start with you. You said partnering is important, and you also said, I asked them in our little pre-panel chat, like, what do we want the audience to go away with? And they're like, yeah, connecting is big, partnering is big. So can you tell us about partnering with institutions, partnering with industry?
So I am in the Office of Research Partnerships, and so we really like partnering. Partnering is huge for the universities. It's where, to be honest, from the university point of view, it's where a ton of funding comes from, it's where a ton of publications come from, it's where a ton of real impact comes from. So reaching out to partners, good partners, and finding things where needs overlap is key to, I think, any good academic research, and companies should understand this and want to partner with the universities in the specific ways that work for them. And it's nice to have, here's my key thing on partnering, have the tough conversations early. Once you've got an overlap in interests, make sure that both parties going into it know what they want out of it. If somebody wants to commercialize it, be open about that, be clear about that, get that in writing. That's me. We can negotiate almost any contracts as long as both the PIs, that's principal investigator, and the university side, and the external partners are in agreement, and it fits within the general funding criteria. But talking to people, talking to universities is great. If you have no idea where to go and you want to partner with the university, every single university has a research partnership office. And we love to hear from people that have ideas, are interested in partnering, or you can always reach out to professors that you're interested or research criteria on your own. So, and like I said, have the tough conversations early. Don't worry about scaring off a partner. Just see what you both want out of it.
Amazing. And just when you say that, it brings me back to one of the first things I learned as a mentor for entrepreneurship at UBC, which is like having that conversation where you say in a way, what's in it for me? What's in it for you? Let's make sure there's something in it for all of us. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, no, that's very clear. I think sometimes people feel that's a little bit selfish. It isn't. You want to make sure that your interests overlap and align in a way that both people get something out of whatever you're going into together.
Thank you. Allison, do you have anything to share about partnering with community?
Oh, yes.
Getting them on, yes.
Yes, lots of examples about partnering with community, but I think what I will share is twofold. Just on this low carbon resilience planning and decision-making criteria approach, we partnered initially with the city of Port Moody on pioneering that along with 9 other municipalities. But we've maintained a partnership with the City of Port Moody, who is now recognized as a leader in climate action across Canada. And part of that longevity in partnership has built the trust between the senior leadership team in the city. Changing election cycles have brought different councils and mayors in who recognize the trust with SFU and our team. And so we continue to partner to push best practice. And right now, what we're working on is nature-based solutions and how to apply coherent and systemic nature-based solutions within a community context, which we hope to develop as best practice that will roll out across Canada once again. So that's one example of just establishing rapport, building a long-lasting partnership that can actually lead to best practice that, you know, inspires other jurisdictions. The other partnership that's really exciting at SFU, and I'm just talking about two, there's like many, is a partnership between some of Canada's leading hydrogen scientists at SFU and the city of Burnaby and some technology companies working on hydrogen. And so what we've just developed is we just received $25 million from PacificCan for a hydrogen hub. And part of that partnership is bringing research and practitioners together, but also the city of Burnaby as a partner through something that we're calling the Civic Innovation Lab at SFU, where we can apply hydrogen test examples and pilot projects in the city of Burnaby to de-risk the technology, to refine it, to work on it, to figure out what will work into the future. And part of the really exciting piece of that is not just hydrogen buses for transportation and hydrogen vehicles, but also repurposing existing piping and infrastructure to mobilize hydrogen in as part of a significant supply chain shift.
That sounds amazing and sounds very aligned and in parallel with the shed coming up at UBC. So amazing, amazing. Simon, I've just been given the 1 minute sign, but you know, we'll just roll right over that. There's time for the Slido. Exactly. Yeah, we'll just roll right over.
Well, so then in that 1 minute, I'm going to summarize all of the climate partnerships going on at UBC. There's too many. I'm not even going to try. I'll say the one thing about partnerships. I think when I started as at UBC and sort of as a professor, the idea of like if you wanted people from different fields and from off campus to work together, you just got them all together in a room. And but that's being cross-disciplinary, that's not being interdisciplinary. And the thing I've learned over the years, if you want to partner with people, whether it's a bunch of researchers in other fields or whether it's people from different walks of life, private sector, business, public sector, NGOs, et cetera, you have to put some effort in to understand how their business works. And it's the same thing in my world. I'm able to do research that balances between climate, marine science, and policy because I learned a little bit about each of them, even though my core understanding is in one field. And if I only did the climate research and then walked in and pretended I could be helpful for policy, I wouldn't be helpful, right? And so that's the big thing I've learned. And all of the partnerships I've seen that have been successful, it's because the people involved put in the effort to say, well, I understand what this person's trying to get out of it. And that includes our work at the policy level. You know, we think about, well, I have to think about sometimes what would actually make, the minister is not going to announce something that's going to make them look bad, right? So you have to think about everybody's motivations, right?
Absolutely. Thank you for that. We're going to, I can see why all the other moderators have just turned around because I don't have my reading glasses. Okay, so the first question, this person put their name. I like it when the person puts their name on it because we've only had like anonymous questions so far. So the first question from Elena, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, is how can we help the global innovation community adopt the concept of spaceship Earth? I hope you guys know what that means because I don't. In view of limited resources, how can we manufacture reusable technology? Anybody want to take a stab at this? Allison.
Yeah, I think this is the skill testing question, right?
Yes.
this,
Olena knows.
you know, like this is what we're all working toward exactly. But I think part of what your question is getting at is the concept of thresholds, and the fact that the way that our technology system, our societies, our innovation systems have operated is beyond the thresholds of our planet, and so beyond the concept of limited resources. And I think the real opportunity for innovation is building in thresholds right from the front end, and recognizing that we have to do more with less, and that we have to reuse, as you say. And I see this as the real innovation opportunity for both the public and private sectors.
Yeah, I'm going to say one of the biggest things is just the policy driving it. I think that the pure researchers developing the technology, who can make reusable technology, who can make more efficient things, researchers will do the research if there's funding and interest. And it's really the policy and the economics to drive it, both putting money in the front end to start the research, and then having an economy that embraces those technologies. And the innovation will follow. People can do amazing things.
I'm loving hearing this because there's some very clear themes coming up, surfacing from all you've talked about. Nothing happens in a vacuum. Partnering is so important, and research will prove itself, but nothing gets adopted until you have the support of just external factors such as market pull and government support for adoption.
Yeah, and to make that personal, you know how I mentioned that like the fuel cell thing didn't work, but that's the hydrogen economy. That was one of the broken bits, is that storing hydrogen is very difficult. It's explosive and light, and it's hard to get a nice density of energy there.
There's the electrochemistry. Okay, so the next question, ooh, this got 3 votes from Anonymous. So Simon's net zero building story highlights, oh my word, an ignorance by the government of the needs of their customers being, I guess, the citizens, and residents. How do we help the government to value customer discovery? So this references your net zero, but I think any of us can take a stab at this. How do we help the government value customer discovery?
I'll do a simple one. Vote and complain.
I'm going to add to the vote and complain. Voting, absolutely. But trust me on this, because I speak to people in government. Government hears from the extremes on sides of most issues, and they do not hear from most Canadians. And if you write letters and you say things and you show up places, it's not, voting is vital, but it's everything that happens beforehand that determines their platform. And they are not hearing from most entrepreneurs and from most Canadians. And so the example I gave you
That is a better answer than just
No.
complain. Speak directly to your elected representatives in a reasonable fashion.
No, but I just want to say, like, the example I gave you is a case where the policy is well designed and well thought through, but once something's, policies like anything else in the world, it needs to evolve over time. And so once it's out there, you need to be able to revisit it. And so they need the feedback to know, here's how you could make it better. And that's only going to happen if people tell them.
Thank you.
And from my vantage point, especially as the newly appointed lead for the Community-Centered Climate Innovation Research Priority at SFU, a large part of answering this question relates to an emerging methodology in academia called co-production or co-creation research, which really is a form of research of bringing policy practitioners, scientists and researchers, and relevant stakeholders together to frame relevant research questions and relevant policy questions, and to co-create the answers to these things and by doing so, and by including different actors in the policy building process or in the research framing process, you actually build and enable that pathway to implementation.
Amazing. So Amy had 2 questions. I'd be remiss if I didn't read out one of hers. So last question to all of you. How would you balance sharing and presenting national data to encourage development and collaboration and vetting possible technologies before scaling. Wow, there's a lot in there. So there's sharing and presenting, so communicating what you have, but also vetting possible techs before scaling. Aislinn, did you have thoughts on this in terms of like?
Yeah, it's sort of on vetting possible technologies before scaling, which is one aspect of what we see a fair amount when we see like, you know, startups and spin-offs going out. That generally the market will speak for itself, whether or not there are investors and interest and funding opportunities to bring those technologies to market. I will say that most things coming out of the university are early stage and generally have there's a nice ramp you can do within the university ecosystem to scale up. And so obviously that's all here, but yeah, use everything within the university that you've got for vetting your technologies. And generally, you can share your information. It's not as super secret as you think it is.
Oh, thank you. Did either of you have any thoughts on sharing while balancing that with?
I'll say the same point is that definitely don't be nervous about sharing your data, your early data. One thing to know, I think, certainly in the policy world, is that if you're a researcher and working at a university, your bar, the bar in your field for certainty before you can take an action is extremely high. It's higher than the world's, and it's certainly higher than policymakers. And so researchers make the mistake all the time of thinking they don't know something well enough in order to in order to inform policymakers, and they probably do.
And this relates back to the co-creation piece of work that I was talking about, in the sense that it's actually better to bring nascent research into a forum with different actors to help shape it and co-frame it. And that's honestly, in my experience, the best way to ensure impact.
Awesome. Thanks so much, guys. So I'm going to ask you to do two things in one. We have a minute left, and there's a question that says, that I actually wanted to ask but I didn't get to, which is, what's the biggest obstacle to converting research to impact? The first thing that comes to your mind, and then if you could just close out that statement with some form of hope. What does success look like in your eyes? Because we're in an emergency, but we got to keep living. Okay. Simon. Yeah.
The first thing that pops to mind, it's simple, it's just translation. We don't do it because researchers don't understand how companies work, how government works, et cetera, and vice versa. And bridging that gap, offices like yours does, are what we need.
Yeah, and I'd say definitely the translation and the persistence needed to take something from a really good research idea into impactful in the world, and you have to understand how much work that is and how much drive that takes. Entrepreneurs are a breed apart from researchers. Some people have both skills, but it's pretty rare. And both people should recognize that those are really useful skill sets.
But that's why ILOs and entrepreneurship at UBC programs are so vital to this piece. Amazing. Okay, Allison, close us out.
I would say the intermingling of facts and values in organizations. And so organizations have particular mandates, and often those mandates become barriers to broader thinking, more systemic thinking. And part of the goal is to broaden the way that our leadership is thinking about this problem. I often say, as long as climate change is thought of as an environmental challenge, it will remain a secondary consideration in organizations. It needs to get embedded into organizations as a social design challenge.
That fits right into our efforts into changing systems. I'm delighted. I'm delighted with how this chat turned into an amazing, for me, super educational. I've got more notes than I have on printed on my page. I hope it was for you too. Thank you so much, Allison, Simon, and Aislinn for your time. Learned so much. Thanks very much.
Beautiful. Well, it is, again, such a huge honor and pleasure to be here today. One thing I was just thinking after a series of talks, inspiration comes from the Latin inspirare, which means to breathe in. And so just, okay. Wachie, David Nitishnakasen, Tane Eshnakastoyan, Vancouver Niduchin, Nishtakila. As you might have guessed, what I've just said is, hello, my name is David. What's your name? I come from Vancouver. What about you? And this is in the language Ilamoan, also called Moose Cree. And I think just the simple fact that myself, not growing up near this community, that someone was able to make a lesson of this content and a bit more. I was able to practice, train myself on the pronunciation, and then connect with the very creator who put it together is from that community. I find that amazing. Now, if you know me, you know that I'm a polyglot. So a polyglot is someone who knows many languages. I speak around 7, know bits of others. And one thing that I truly believe is that I don't have any special skill. I don't believe that I have some special ability to learn languages more than your typical person. What I do think is that I have had access to opportunities to learn. And so what I want us to believe here today is that any language can be learned and spoken by anyone. I want us to believe that this is possible and to see the effects that can happen. So just take a moment and your own self and think. What is stopping you right now from learning any language that you might want to learn? Whether it's for work, for school, for fun. With that thought in mind, it's no trade secret. We're talking about IP today, among other things, with a company. You know, it's not a trade secret how someone learns a language. The phrase that I use to describe this is called repeated meaningful use. Many of you have likely learned English or other languages. You know, the way anyone learns a language is you are exposed to it through time. You're listening, you're reading, you can comprehend a bit. It's compelling and interesting. And then it's iterative. Then through time, you start producing it. You try to speak. Ideally, you get some feedback. Someone tells you, like, oh no, it's not this, it's that. Or like, the pronunciation is actually this. And then ideally, you have a guide, someone who can assess where you are, tell you where to go next. So what is stopping anyone right now from being able to learn any language? Again, I believe it is access. Right now, it is incredibly expensive to make content, educational content. I mean, did you know that as of 2022, it takes, on average, $22,000 US to produce 1 hour of content? That's almost double what it was 10 years ago. It's expensive, and what are the chances that there's going to be a lesson for your specific situation, for your job or your community or your nation? It's expensive to make. The other part is the instruction and the learning. Most people, when they think they want to learn a language, maybe they'll go to a language learning app. You'll go to the App Store, talk about friends. What have you used? The thing that we have found at our company, Immersion, is that these companies, they're not working to empower other creators and other instructors to make their own content. Right? They have their own teams making it. They have their corporate content that they're giving to others. They're not empowering others to teach. I mean, yes, you might be able to find sites that there's no shortage of, you put a little video on there, you might have multiple choice quizzes, things like this, but nothing out there is guaranteed, is tailored for languages. where if you've learned a language, you know you need to do a lot of listening. You need instant feedback. You need a way to use it with others. And the other access point is that personalized feedback and learning. You know, there was no, before our pilot with Ricky and Moose Cree, you know, there was no Moose Cree content, there was no instructor I could talk to easily to get feedback on this. Now, of course, there's no shortage of tutors and tutoring places you can go to have that, but it can be quite expensive. On average, it takes 600 hours of learning to become proficient in a language. So what if, I say, what if there was a way that you could take any of the content that's out there, coming from experts wanting their expertise to not only be shared, like we can do on social media, but learnable. Content that could be structured in the way that they can give to you in bit-sized pieces. People talking about their culture and their words. What if there was the technology that could take that as an input, so to speak, and it could output your own language learning experience, so that any learner could speak on demand, so that it was convenient for you to be able to, offline, learn a language, practice that pronunciation, and go to others? And what if these speakers could be accessible to you anywhere in the world? What if there was a platform that could connect, or just a process to connect the creators and those instructors and the people who are learning in one area? It is possible, and I'm not saying that we've mastered it yet, but if we can solve these issues together, then truly any language can be learned and spoken by anyone. And it's our belief that when we can literally speak each other's languages and understand, then we're going to be better at solving problems. For example, when we talk about diversity in companies, how many boards have you been on where they talk about linguistic diversity? How many languages are spoken on your board? With Indigenous languages, when I mentioned it earlier, when one of the first content pieces was put out, she told us that when her mother saw her language being represented on the screen, it just brought her the tears. Because now it's just a glimpse of another way to bring another voice here. Because with languages, when you learn one, it's not simply a matter of taking all the labels and applying it to concepts that you already know. This is why no word directly translates to another. When you learn another language, and especially one that is different than your own, you have a different way to conceptualize the world, a different way, literally, of thinking. So just imagine that you are learning a language about a people and a river that in English we might just call it a river on the map. Imagine that in that culture, that river is a being. It's an entity, right, that has a history. It has respect for it. Imagine that traditional practices, whether we're talking with our Indigenous partners or what we can learn from the ancient languages in the ancient world. Imagine that we can understand them in their own context and then apply it to our own. This is the power of language, to bring together literally different voices to speak together to the problems that we have. And so blended, what we call this is blended learning done right for all. That if we can empower institutions and those instructors and the learners to be able to communicate with each other, to put this cycle together so that each person can focus on what they do best, creating the content, managing the student relationships, and the learners who need that personalized feedback, then we believe that any language can be learned and spoken by anyone. And what's really beautiful is that it's not just literally languages, but this spreads into the language of math, right? The language of music, the language of a given culture, right? The language of environmental stewardship. So much of our talk yesterday about the language that we use. But one thing I'm reminded in this is that any tools that we have can only be useful if there are more people using it. So again, do you truly believe that any language can be learned and spoken by anyone? We believe that it can be possible and it can be doable, but we're just at the beginning stages. And so what I am encouraged today is the voices that are happening here, the talks that we're having around these different discussions, if we can bring together, instead of siloing each other, those who are the thought leaders, those who are teaching and those who can learn, then truly any language can be learned and spoken by anyone. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. Lovely to see everyone. I'm delighted to be joined by Paul today. I think it's the first time we've met, which is really exciting. So I want to talk to you today about meeting the challenge of heat waves for the people most at risk. So a lot of people don't know this, but temperatures as low as 29 degrees, 26 degrees are life-threatening for people with spinal cord injury. The reason why is that people with spinal cord injury and other neurological conditions, as Paul has taught us, do not experience temperature the same way because of a lack of heat regulation. What does this mean? Overheating can result in losing consciousness, extreme spasm, extreme fatigue. So this idea we have that, if you're overheating, you can call a friend, call 911, get to a cooling center. It stops in the moment that you don't even know you're overheating. So heat waves, unfortunately, are here to stay. What does this mean for our city, our province, our future? So we interviewed over 30 people just to start, and then that scaled to 140 people, including Paul. And we asked them, what would you like to see, given we don't have unlimited money, we don't have unlimited time to address this issue? And the biggest finding, which seems really obvious, but took us a while to get our heads around, is people wanted cooling on the go. They wanted to be independent. A lot of times people think if people have cooling at home, that's great, but questions were asked of, well, how do I go and get my own groceries? How do I go outside and access my community and my services without having something that travels with me? So we scanned what was out there. We had 10 days to find cooling technology because it was May 30th, summer's here. What we found out in the community were technologies, for the most part, that weren't designed for people with disabilities. But we didn't have time to ask for the perfect device. We found devices like cooling vests with cooling packs that are used by frontline workers. We found net cooling, which provides cooling for huge populations in Asia, but aren't being mainstream here. So bringing together our Plex community, people with lived experience, Technology for Living, our nonprofit partner, BC Hydro, who kindly sponsored this project, and engaging with our world-class team of clinicians and climate experts and innovators, we reached 140 people in 80 days. This includes calling everyone, reaching out to 96 organizations, postering it up. Like a lot of the lessons of innovation, I think we keep getting reminded, it's not just about social media and reaching thousands of people through one post. It's knocking on doors, building trust, asking, what do you need? How can we serve you? And every spinal cord injury, every disability looks different. What was exciting for us to see was not only that everyone felt that after getting this portable device, a cooling vest, an improvement in their quality of life that they self-reported, but the personal stories, which Paul is going to be sharing and others, of I can actually experience my summer. I can actually feel so comfortable that I feel safe in my own home and city. Look, the climate crisis, the reason why we're here, is a health crisis. And we want your support as innovators, industry leaders, to not only look at the solutions we've put together and scale them, but help us build better ones that are actually designed for people with disabilities. Help us build better cooling that's lower impact on the environment. The journey is starting, has already started, would leave us behind today. To ground us in the work that we do, I want to quote one of our peers in the community, Darren, who has a spinal cord injury. He says the vest is brilliant. He thinks they should be issued to all people with spinal cord injury who, like him, have no ability to sweat. It was a difference between struggling and feeling ill and being able to go out and enjoy the days. And I think, you know, I can talk about this quote forever, but I'd love to hear from Paul and his experience and why this is so real as not just an example for spinal cord injury, but for so many populations at risk today in BC. Over to you, Paul.
Thanks, Arushi. Thank you. Thanks for coming this afternoon. I'd like to briefly share with you how the Praxis cooling vest has kept me out of emergency and given me back some fun summer life. Oops, sorry. Whoa, that was scary, because just like in 2021, I was scared and I felt vulnerable because of the heat waves. Yes. You see, because my spinal cord injury is up here at T5, I can't feel below here, I can't sweat. I can't tell when I'm becoming a pressure cooker inside. I get delirious, I get confused. I can't even reach out and call someone or 911. The thought pattern, the energy, nothing's there. The rest of the day's a total wash. How do I get through it? Because I have homemakers who come. They rescue me. Canceled all business appointments, stayed in bed a day and a half, not much fun. And this was even though I had 2 good floor fans, really good ones. Doesn't matter, it happens, it happens. But this summer, the groove was back because they gave me a Praxis cooling vest. So I avoided heat stroke, I felt good, I got my life back, and here's some examples of what I was able to do. One of my friends invited me in a very hot day this summer to go to a barbecue in Surrey. Normally I go, oh man, no. I pulled the Praxis jacket out of the fridge, I put it in the insulated bag, and I take it, and I'm on the go. I get to the barbecue, they throw another shrimp on for me, and about a half hour later I put on the jacket, and they go, ooh, what styling. I go, no, this is cool and smoothing. Yeah. They wanted to know, and a lot of them had disabilities, where I got the jacket and what I paid for it. On another day, I went out gardening. Gardening is my zen zone. Yeah. Hot day, no problem. Pulled the vest out of the fridge, put it on, and I went outside. Lots of digging and bending over and moving dirt. Yes, sirree, no problem. That was for an hour. No problem. It was easy. One afternoon, I was melting down in my house. And I said, what do we do about this? So this summer, I grabbed the vest, put it on, go to the store, and grab a rack of Gatorade to go. Go home and start, oh yeah, I love a parade. It was good. I got it back. Now my jacket has also really been useful to helping me fulfill my responsible duties as a vice president at my housing co-op and also running my own consulting business. Before this summer and the jacket, this was just not going to be possible. It was kind of like, okay, folks, I'll talk to you in a couple months, maybe. Right? No. Put on the jacket. I can do that stuff. I can think clear. I can stay clear. Yeah. But the sad reality for myself and most people with spinal cord injuries, in fact, most people with disabilities who I know, is we can't afford the jacket. We can't afford this life-saving jacket. Consider this. The cost of one trip of me going to Emerge for heat stroke, that doesn't pay for one jacket. That pays for a number of jackets. One trip, okay? Trust me, I know what it costs because I used to work for UBC Medicine, the dean's office, okay? It's important. The cost of prevention pales in this case with the price of treatment, okay? So let's please seize this opportunity to design, build, and invest in something that has an immediate positive effect on persons with spinal cord injury, MS, older persons, because there's a lot of us baby boomers, and those who with compromised health systems, the things you can't see, but that many people have, unfortunately. So you folks, I know, are learned, you're passionate, you're resourceful, you're connected, and you're go-getters who can make this happen. I urge you to understand that this vest really ought to be a mandate for health to address our climate and public health care crisis. We know we can't prevent heat waves, but we can prevent people from melting down and dying. So here's my challenge to you today. If not you, who? And if not now, when? Thank you.
Tanse, Kiawao, Nathan Granjam, Nitsigasom, Negawi, Nehiawia, Notawi, Irishwia, Mikasu, Krinia, Canadian Egua, Nehiao, Otsi, Treaty Ainaneo, Askiotsi, Anots, Kaisi, Wapamtin, Manaka, Uyasoya, Notsi, Moskwi, Omaskiak, Kakiao, Kaisi, Kizagak, Egua, Opagawinak. So hello everyone, I hope you're all doing well. My name is Nathan Granjam. My mother comes from the Nehiao peoples and my father comes from Irish background. I am a member of the Mikisew Cree First Nation and I'm also Canadian, and I'm a Cree person coming from Treaty 8. I was originally born and raised in Fort McMurray as well as Fort Chipewyan, Alberta. And I'm very grateful to be here on the lands of the Musqueam peoples today presenting. And currently I'm casting to us all from the traditional unceded territories of the Semiahmoo and Katzie peoples. So I'm just very glad to be here and glad to present a little bit about what I know of the Indigenous entrepreneurial spirit and some interesting pivots that we've had to make in how we do business over the past few centuries. So I'll extend a warm invitation to all of you to embark on a quick journey with me, a journey that's going to weave through the tapestry of time and traverse the diverse terrains of Turtle Island, which is what many of us, at least Algonquin language-speaking nations, call the continent of North America. And we're going to be narrating a bit of a story of resilience, adaptability, and the absolute unyielding spirit of Indigenous entrepreneurship. Long before the sails of the colonizers appeared on the horizon of Turtle Island, what many Indigenous cultures, as I referred to, call North America, flourishing economies and intricate trade networks were already deeply rooted in this land. Whether it was from the warm currents of the Gulf of Mexico or up to the frigid expanse of what we now call Manitoba, whether it was throughout the majestic Rocky Mountains or outright across out east to the Atlantic shores, there were tremendous trade routes that were connecting these distant lands. Exchanges of goods like mother of pearl from the south, copper from Lake Superior were commonplace, which was evidence of a very sophisticated economic system that was there long before the arrival of Europeans. For a more local example, we can look to oolakins, which were traded quite a bit, very extensively across the Rocky Mountains. However, the winds of colonization brought a fair bit of transformation and a number of imbalances. The fur trade era, for example, saw our ancestors, who were predominantly hunters, trappers, and guides, become the unseen pillars of a lucrative industry. Their fruits of their labor, however, were reaped by others, the settlers, predominantly the Hudson Bay Company, and of course the many merchants in Europe. It was not enough to simply get the fur and to get that quick exchange of currency for the product itself. A lot of the wealth was actually generated across the ocean. Things could get invested in. There was a tremendous amount of equity involved within these processes. So our ancestors really found ourselves relegated to the role of laborers in their own territories. There was not really much agency that could be done, but still, our peoples found ways to be entrepreneurial. There was a number of opportunities that my people, the Plains Cree, were able to benefit from as a result of this time period, as evidenced by our own westward crawl alongside the boom of the fur trade. Fort Chipewyan itself, where I'm from, was the first European settlement in what is now known as Alberta, and it was the hub of many fur trade relations along that way, as 3 river systems came to Lake Athabasca. Continuing on, the shadow of colonialism cast Indigenous economic ingenuity into obscurity. It wasn't about how good you were on the land. It was about generating these fictions of finance that could increase wealth through a capital system. And so colonial institutions further marginalized our communities, constraining their economic participation in entrepreneurial endeavors. We were largely trapped on our reservations. I say our, but they are fully owned by the federal government. Through a lot of legislation and quite a bit of oppression. And that vibrant trade network, that entrepreneurial flame of our ancestors, was dimmed. And these oppressive structures and the narratives of colonialism began to take root. People began to see us through the lens that was what it was. That was our inherent way of being in these roles. But our spirit's indefatigable. The oil sands boom in the 1900s started to mark a bit of a turning point. And for many of us, it was a beacon of opportunity for our communities and for our entrepreneurs. We were allowed off the reserve. We didn't need passes anymore. All of a sudden, we could actually go out and participate in the economy in a more meaningful way. And we seized many of these opportunities with absolute gusto. Among many who rose to this call, one from my own community was David Tuckerow from the Mikisew Cree First Nation. He endured quite a few challenges, as we all did and do. And as a heavy equipment operator, he managed to save enough money to buy 3 taxi licenses in Fort McMurray, and then turn that into another business opportunity and start to grow and grow and grow to the point where eventually he was negotiating deals, massive like multi-million-dollar deals in the oil and sands industry. My own peoples, the Mikisew Cree, we have a group of companies that largely operates within a diversified set of businesses in relation to the oil sands, whether it's servicing and the like, and it has been an absolute boom. But to double back to David Tuckerow, reason why I bring him up in particular is because he's such an amazing symbol of perseverance and excellence in entrepreneurship. Before he sold his companies, I think at that time his net worth was something around $135 million, and that's not even like the full account. That's just some stuff that he was willing to talk about in an interview. So this journey from pre-colonial flourishing to deprivation to modern day entrepreneurial successes is a testament to our adaptability, our resilience, and our enduring connection to the land and its resources. We have spent, as Indigenous peoples, uncounted millennia since time immemorial, learning the relationships that make this land flourish the way it has. The sustainable balances, the opportunities to be able to make the most of what is on this rich land around us. And as we stand on this threshold of a much brighter future than just a single generation back, I believe it calls upon us to draw strength from our rich heritage, that resilience demonstrated by our ancestors, and from that innovative spirit that has been our companion throughout the ages. I feel that all of us within Canada, as we continue to embrace these values of adaptability, innovation, and resilience that have been the compass guiding our journey across Turtle Island, we're only going to find value from that. And so our history is not, merely a reflection of our past. It's not merely a reflection of a low, but it's a beacon lighting our way to a much brighter future. It's a reminder that after the darkest night, a new dawn can await. And so as we step into this new dawn, let's walk together towards a future where we shift those colonial paradigms, those colonial narratives about where we are as peoples, about what we can accomplish together, and see about working together to ensure that every individual opportunity for entrepreneurship is nurtured and where innovation and prosperity are our shared companions. Our journey, marked by unparalleled resilience and adaptability despite the very unique challenges that have been posed by Canadian colonialism, showcase why Indigenous peoples make invaluable partners and allies. We bring to the table not just economic opportunities, but a wealth of wisdom, this deep connection to the land and its relations, and a commitment to sustainable and equitable growth. I know among many of us, I'm very excited for that. And I thank you for the time today to share a bit of this with you. Hi.
Hello, it's lovely to be here in front of you today in the dark. I am somebody who listens to a lot of stories, and I'm somebody who tells stories. Before you get excited though, I want to tell you this is not actually going to be a big epic tale today. That's not what I'm here for. I am going to tell you when I realized that stories could save my life. But I'm going to do that right after I tell you what we're talking about today. That's called a cliffhanger. So how stories save my life. I'm going to talk about stories and how they work. First, I'm going to talk a bit about how I came to that, and then I'm going to talk to you about what I've learned about stories. I've decided I'm actually not going to talk as much about brand today, mostly because the time we have, and I really want to answer your questions. But if you've come here today with a question about brand, I'm going to invite you to email it to me or to ask in the AMA, because I don't want you to go home without your brand questions answered, but we'll do another session on brand. So the AMA is what we're aiming at. An AMA means an Ask Me Anything. You probably already know that. You're all Reddit fans. And I want to actually suggest that everybody think of a question that you want to ask. And the reason is, it often makes you listen differently, but it often means, too, you don't get to the end of the session and feel blank and think of it later. So I want to invite everybody, if you would, to think of a question. I used to be a teacher. If I don't see any questions on the screen at the back, I may just call you out and embarrass you. Just threatening, just being nice, just trying to help. So I want to invite you to think of a question. My dad grew up in Sheffield, in the north of England, and he left school at 16 to go and work in the steel mill. And my mom, on the right, her name is Mary, she grew up in a little village called Whitley Bay in Northumberland, and when she left school, she became a secretary, and she actually won a typing competition. That's not actually relevant to the story, I just thought I'd tell you. They are actually both here today, which is really sweet. I'm not going to make them come up and talk about typing or about the steel mill. Now, everything was going well for them. They were teachers. They had gone to All Sager, which is a teacher training college in England, and my dad had become a shop teacher. My mom was a home ec teacher. But for some reason, they decided to move to Calgary in the late 70s or 80s with me. Now, this is what I remember about the time. Our neighbor across the street, whose name was Ron, used to get up and put a suit on with a Stetson, with cowboy boots, and he would get into his Ford Bronco, and he would drive to work in an oil company downtown. And that was pretty much like every man on the block. His wife, Marlene, managed the home front, and she drove a wood-paneled station wagon, something I still have a fondness for today, let's say. But that was pretty much the scene. On the other hand, my dad at this time was doing a PhD in art education. Obviously, that's a longer story. My mom was teaching elementary school, and I was going to French school out of area. I was an alien. Like, I don't want you to think I didn't have any friends. I had some friends. Things were normal-ish. But you know that Sesame Street thing, one of these things is not like the other? I was aware that was me. I felt like a total outsider. My mom even sewed a lot of my clothes, something that now I think is super rad, but I think you're getting a picture of what that was like. So one day, when my parents started watching Dallas, I was like, Dallas can explain the world to me. I started watching Dallas with the fervor of a religious convert. It was like the language, the jokes, the clothing. Look at the clothing. I mean, honestly, it was the talk about oil, the talk about business, and I was like, Dallas might just be the key to everything. Years later, I became a teacher, and something I noticed is that some students just knew how to tell a story. Other students listened to them when they talked in class discussion. They laughed at their jokes. When those same students said to me, Miss Richmond, the dog ate my homework, I would find myself listening to them and laughing, probably even forgiving them. Other students, I would be like, okay, why did Macbeth kill the king? And they would be like, they would start at the beginning of Macbeth. Do you guys know what I'm talking about here? And they would just factually tell me every single thing that had happened in the story so far. And I was like, okay, thank you for that, yeah. So I actually got really interested in stories because what I started to believe even then is that storytelling is learned. It's not innate. It's not just that those kids who are good at it were born like that and the rest of us just have to kind of admire them. There are some things that are learned. And I started coaching the debate team. You didn't know it could get any nerdier, did you? Well, it just did. It just did. Sometimes I'd go to a debate and it would be like the Stanley Cup. There were like thousands of people in the stands and it was like amazing. Not ever. Sometimes I was the only one in the stands, just me and the kids. On a Saturday in a school classroom. The national championships were actually, this is a side story, in this town called Edam, Saskatchewan. I went there one year. The whole town farmed early in the morning so that they could come to watch the debates, and it's the only time I have been in a full audience. It was farmers in a town. It was incredible. Anyway, moving on. So I used to coach the debate team, and what we would do in practice is we would run drills back and forth, up and down, on how to tell the story in a really convincing way, because ultimately, there's a system. One of the students I taught, one of the students I co-coached, her name was Sarah Mortazavi. She won, get ready for this, the World Junior Public Speaking and Debate Championship. Yes, she did. She's actually now an assistant district attorney in New York. But after she won that, I went on and did a documentary about her for the CBC called The Terminator, because that's what she was called. And Sarah would listen to Metallica on her way into each round, which she won. She was amazing. Years later, I actually became a journalist, and I wrote about pop culture, mostly about the values debates that were happening in pop culture and what those could teach us about the world. And I realized I was still doing the same thing as when I was 4 or 6 or 7 and watching Dallas. I was looking for a way to understand the world. But something I found, other than having tragic bangs, was that I every week would think of a topic I wanted to write about, and I would call up an academic. And I would have them unpack it for me, because academics have spent at least 10,000 hours studying that thing. And I would call them and I would say, can you explain this to me? And I would get the benefit of all their knowledge, which was magic, by the way. But something I noticed is that some of them were really good at telling me the story about what they knew. And the piece I had to write would almost write itself. And almost invariably, those were the posts, the stories, that got the most traffic. It started with that person knowing how to talk about what they know. Other times, I would work really hard to bring their story to light, but it never quite got there in the same way. Just keep shaking. You think that's the solution? Or bang it on something. Oh, here we go. So while I was working as a journalist, I also started writing company stories. Let's be honest, interviewing academics didn't necessarily pay that well. So the first CEO I interviewed, I actually went downtown. It was a building on Burrard Street, and the CEO welcomed me in the lobby, and he walked me down this hallway with all these posters of their projects. And with each one, he would tell me how the successes of one project led to the successes of the next. And I realized as he was talking, I was really impressed. I was like, wow, this guy has his shit together way better than I do. But I was also actually not that interested. I was forcing myself to listen to his stories. And it's because there wasn't really anything in them that could help me understand the world. On the other hand, I was speaking to the founder of a company not very long ago, and he told me this story about how when he was growing up in Comox on Vancouver Island, his experience of kelp was that it was this great thing because it meant he could whip his brother with it. And he thought of kelp as this like brown, squishy, gross thing on the beach, which, having talked to other people, I get this common sense. But then a few years ago, from his house in Hornby, he looked out and he realized that all the kelp was gone. It had been there for decades, just outside his living room. And it was the very beginning of COVID, and everything felt kind of topsy-turvy. I'm sure you remember that feeling. And he was grief-stricken, and it felt like one more piece about the world that didn't make sense at that moment. So he decided he wanted to find out what was going on. So he founded a group of scientists, and they went out to try to figure out what it was. And what they discovered was that there had been this very hot heat wave a few years ago. It was called the blob. I'm not sure if you remember hearing about that. And what happened was that a lot of sea stars died. Well, it turns out sea stars eat sea urchins, and sea urchins eat kelp. So without the sea stars, the urchin populations were running rampant. They were just having a party down there, eating all the kelp. And the hot temperatures were killing the kelp from above, so kelp was literally getting it in both directions. And so they decided they wanted to figure out what they could do. They found out then that BC has more species of kelp than anywhere else in the world. So if they could figure it out here, they would actually potentially solve the decline of kelp across the whole world. And then they also discovered from a scientist who was working on it that kelp can actually help reverse climate change by sequestering carbon. So they have set out to find a species of kelp that can survive these water temperatures. They want to scale it and bring kelp back to the BC coast, and then they want to share that with the world. So when I met these scientists, when I heard this story, I was like, this is the kind of story that helps me. Because I'm upset about climate change. I'm upset about COVID. Things feel weird to me. And hearing what other people think and feel and what they decide to do about it literally feeds me. Just like just like Dallas, just like Sue Ellen and Bobby, who didn't die, by the way, end of that episode, just in case you missed that. Okay, so now I'm going to bring this back to you. That's how I got into this. And what I do now mostly is I help other people tell their stories, and now you know why. And what I found through all that experience is that there are a few things that make a good story. I did some research about 6 months ago. I interviewed a few dozen people who were CEOs and founders, people in private equity firms and VCs, and I asked them what their most important jobs are, what it is that they actually do. And I want to tell you in particular what 2 CEOs from at UBC said to me. One said, as a startup, but as an entrepreneur of any kind, what we're doing is we're trying to get people to join us in some way, to join with us, to help us. One CEO in the program told me that most of her time is spent trying to inspire potential investors, potential partners, granting bodies, other scientists, the public, the media, and her team. She said, my job is all about inspiring. She looked kind of tired, by the way, but yeah, I think it's because it's early stage, a lot of inspiring. So show of hands, how many people feel that way about the work that they do? You're trying to get people in. Yeah, okay. Another CEO who came through this program, who actually ended up selling the company for $118 million, told me that you have to kiss a lot of frogs to find a prince. And that was his job. He was the chief frog kisser. What we do when we kiss frogs, what he did when he kissed frogs, is he told them the company's story again and again in just slightly different ways, all day at conferences, at coffees, at meetings, at events, on the phone, in person, to his banker, to new staff, to everybody. Because you fundamentally never know what will happen. You don't know if this is a conversation with an investor who's going to give you 10 million. Most of the time it will go nowhere. Sometimes you tell someone who tells a cousin, who tells a brother, who tells a friend, and they end up working with you. You just don't know. So it's just what you have to keep doing. So you have to recognize your job is the chief storyteller. And something I heard from him is that he believes there's a kind of formula. And research would support that. There are actually quite a few formulas. There's something called the ring cycle, which is some work some academics did which found that every fairy tale fundamentally has the same structure, and a lot of religions actually tell stories in that same structure. Umberto Eco, if you're interested in this, realized that every James Bond novel has exactly the same structure. Law and Order, I don't know if anyone's ever watched that. They have the same structure down to the minute. It was the longest running show on television, by the way, just saying. But the story structure I want to tell you about today is from Pixar. Now, Pixar is a studio in LA. I'm sure you know about it. It was founded by George Lucas, and turned around by Steve Jobs. And there was this story editor whose name was Emma Coates, and she was taking over basically as head of story. And she was feeling like she really wanted to get a sense of what it was that made Pixar stories special. What is a Pixar story? So she analyzed all of them, and she found this formula. So I want to kind of run you through it because it's pretty interesting. The first is Once Upon a Time. Now, this is not the origin story like in 2017 we got together because we wanted to. It's not that. It's the thing that got you in. It's the thing that inspired you. It's the thing that bothered you. It's a personal experience you had. It's something that's actually quite profound, bothersome, interesting, something that's calling to you. That's where the story starts. The next piece is this thing that Pixar calls every day. It's like, what was the character's life before the discovery they had? But another way to think of this is like, it's all the charts. It's the extent of the problem. The Al Gore chart comes out at some point or another. It's like, here is what is going wrong right now. Here is the extent of the problem. Then there's the one day. One day is like, what happens in a story? What happens to throw the character's life off track? But like in The Hobbit, when Gandalf knocks on the door, right? That's this moment. But if it's the story of your company, it's something that turns up the heat on the origin story. Something gets worse. Something happens that changes what you're seeing go out in the world, and you're like, okay, I've got to figure this out. Then there's the because of this, and it's after this incident, there's some kind of quest you go on, some decision you make to get to the bottom of it, and then there's another because of that, which is generally a twist. Something gets harder, or I don't know, there's just something unexpected that you had to deal with in this story. Like in Romeo and Juliet, there's the obstacle. It's another obstacle, basically, because it turns up the heat so that in the end, you are triumphant. You have this discovery, you have this realization. There have been long nights in the lab, and eureka, here is the answer. And then there's going to be this hope, this optimism, this brave new world when this solution you have found is implemented. And we want that for you. We listen because we want that for you. Someone told me that every story is fundamentally a mystery story. And to go back to Law and Order, which 29 years, they start every episode with some form of chaos, something uncomfortable. And we know that by the end it's going to be resolved. It's why we watch. We want to see, how does this end? And then I'm going to feel better and I can get on with my life. And that's what we want in a story. We want difficulty, chaos, etc., so that it all comes together. I'm not suggesting you slavishly use this formula, but I am suggesting you start with it. The CEOs I've worked with who have been ultimately very successful take something like this, and then they change it hundreds or thousands of times. They practice in the mirror, they tell friends and family, they tell anybody who is willing to listen to their story, because what they're doing is they're watching for your reactions. Do you get it? Do you think that's funny? Did you laugh? Oh, you didn't laugh. Okay. Do you look interested? Are you looking bored? Do you have that look of getting it, or do you have the look of being confused? They're studying you so that they can go home and they can even just change a word or two to get their story closer to the one that's going to get people in. That's number 2. Number 3 is something I call the simplicity paradox, which frankly I have to simplify. It's a little bit complicated. But it comes from Neil deGrasse Tyson. Hands up who's heard of this guy. Oh, okay, good. We're among friends. So he wrote a book that came out earlier this year called Cosmic Perspectives, Starry Messenger, Cosmic Perspectives on Civilization. So what he argues in this book is that scientists are essentially the best communicators in the world and the worst. And I think we can learn from both. Here's the way it goes when it's the best. 2 scientists get together. One argues something and has a piece of data to back it up. The other disagrees and has a piece of data to back that up. The first one either concedes or brings another piece of data, or the 2 of them agree they don't know and they go and have a beer, basically. That's when it goes well. Here's the other side, and I say this as a fan of science. Scientists are people who have spent tens of thousands of hours learning something that only 7 people in the world understand, and they love it. And when they go to tell you about it, they tell you the things that they learned in maybe the 30,000th hour that they spent on it. It's really exciting to them. And try as I might, I do not understand it. This is a great lesson for the rest of us because we all have that thing. Even if you're an entrepreneur who is not a scientist, there are things you know about the problem you're solving, something about your company that nobody else would understand. And I think our tendency as humans is to try to communicate, to try to validate what we're working on. So we bring that really esoteric thing to people. Believe me, there's a lot I could tell you about brand studies that would bore you even more than maybe you're bored now. Who knows? I'll try not to. So the lesson that we have here is that if the job is to tell stories, getting in to that esoteric stuff isn't going to help us. I think the word about that got out because often I meet with an entrepreneur, an expert, a scientist, and the first thing they tell me is, I've been told I gotta dumb it down. Or my other favorite, I've been told I gotta make it fluffy. They always use air quotes when they say make it fluffy. I don't know why. And I want to tell you, it doesn't work. It doesn't work because when you do that, you lose the essential part of your story. It does become dumb, and nobody likes to hear anything that's dumb. I was actually talking to a manager at a private equity firm a few months ago, and he told me the companies that become the 10-factor companies are the ones who have found a way to explain what they do simply. And I would like to suggest it's the hardest thing. But that kind of story structure I introduced is the way to start doing that, because it helps us think about, how do I relate this thing I'm working on to somebody else so that they can get it? The next thing I want to tell you actually comes from when I was working as the managing editor of the Tyee, and I don't know if anyone knows about the Tyee, but there's an editor there called David Beers, and it was my job to buy stories for the Tyee. I would get all the pitches, and I would have to decide which ones do we run. And I would go to the story meeting, and I would say, okay, number one, because I was a super keener, you're really surprised, right? I would be like, number one, I think this is the story we should buy because I think our readers will really like it. And David Beers said to me, I am not paying you to tell me what you think our readers will like. I'm paying you to tell me which ones of the stories that you read got your pulse up. Because the stories that provoke a reaction in you are the ones that are most likely to provoke a reaction in someone else. That's how it works. And it also works when we are telling our own stories. So something I think we often forget is that we are telling stories not to users. It's not a thing we have to get through. We are telling our stories to another human being. And when we run through a list of facts, generally we're not that interested, and neither are they. The challenge is when you've told that story 100 times, it can get a little stale. So the lesson here with the pulse test is somehow, as a storyteller, you have to keep connected to that thing that made you interested in it in the first place. And you have to become an actor, not a faker, but somebody who actually feels the story each time they tell it, connects with that. That is the job. There has never been a time when it's cheaper or easier to tell stories. AI can make most of our content, and some of it is pretty good. You can get free website templates, which on the one hand is this like great moment in the democratization of design. It used to be that only some people could afford websites and the rest looked like their little brother had made it in the basement. So suddenly we can all look kind of professional, and that's great. But those website templates are based on standardization and best practice. They make us look the same as everybody else. They do the things that work the best, whether that's a blue button or 3 modules at the top or even just the length of what to say, which is not a bad thing to pay attention to. I'm just saying we're surrounded by this kind of standardization. Same with Instagram. There's all these best practices about what works best. And we could easily just manufacture everything and kind of carry on. But what I would like to suggest is, as Sigmund Freud said, the only thing we can feel is difference. And AI cannot produce that for us yet. And at the heart of a good story is the part that makes it different, the part that makes it inspiring, the part that makes it yours and real and emotional. So there are 4 things then that I feel like I've learned. I've learned that every one of us needs to be a storyteller, but in particular, if you're an entrepreneur, because it's your job to get people in, and stories are how we do that. That there is a formula. I'm not talking about an AI kind of formula, but I'm saying there's somewhere you can start, that you can find a way to remember all the elements that make it a good story, and then go from there as you hone it and watch people's reactions to turn it into something that really is yours, that really does work. Thirdly, there's this simplicity paradox, which means it only works when it's simple, but it doesn't work when it's dumb. There's this way we have to retain the essence of the story without making it derivative. And when we can do that, that's when other people get it. And finally, we need to remember the pulse test. When we're listening to other people's stories, but mostly when we're telling our own, we have to pay attention to what interests me about this story and keep that alive, because chances are that is what will interest other people instead of a list of things we think we should get through. That's all I have for you today, luckily, because that may be my last slide. What I do want to do now is I want to ask you if you would engage in an AMA so that I can talk to you about what you're experiencing in your organization, what stories you're trying to tell, maybe where you're stuck, what you're thinking about, and I can hopefully offer you some insight or point you to somebody who can. So, are you writing your questions down?
They're on the screen behind you.
Oh, you're amazing. That is really magical. That's amazing. Okay. Okay, great. I haven't done this before. This is great. I want to do this with clients. So do I just start at the top? Yeah. Okay. So how many researchers have I worked with, and what single thing makes the biggest difference in the shortest amount of time for improving their ability to storytell? Okay. That's good. I've worked with dozens of researchers. It might be in the hundreds. And not just in science, but in a broad range of disciplines. And then, of course, there were all the researchers I interviewed when I was a journalist, and that was dozens and dozens. Of those 4 techniques, which is the one that makes the biggest difference, I'm going to say it's the idea of using a structure, because I think it gets us out of our own heads, out of our own eccentricities, and forces us to think a bit about what will make sense, what will bring this to life for somebody else. I think that's what I'd say. Did that answer your question? Whose question was that? Did that answer your question? Yes. So. Thank you. How to keep the balance in branding between mission and product as a startup. In other words, how far can you go with the mission so people still understand? I'm not sure I totally understand that question. Whose question is that? Oh, you don't want to add out, you don't want to admit it because I said your question was confusing. It could be me. Let's go with it's me who found that confusing. Okay, you don't have to confess who you are. Let me try to rephrase it and you tell me if I'm on something. Just wink. It's kind of dark though. I might miss it. Okay, let me see if I can actually get this to work. Okay, am I right in thinking what you're asking is this on? Oh, yeah. What you're asking is how much should you talk about the product itself when you're pitching to investors versus the mission? Is that right? Okay, let's say it is. I mean, you're going to have to get into your product at some point, but what I would say is the product conversation is usually the second conversation. The first conversation is usually the mission and the purpose and the vision. It's what got you inspired in the first place, and then you're going to want to give us just enough of the product so we know you actually have one, and we know that you have some sense of what you're doing, and it's really just enough to whet our appetites so that you can meet with them properly, probably with a scientist who's going to get into the nitty-gritty of it. Okay, I'm just going to hope that answered your question. What is your perspective of the most common pitfalls in regards to branding, and how can you avoid it? I think I'm going to talk about the common pitfalls with story first, and then, because the branding's kind of a bigger topic, but I would say that the most common pitfall in storytelling is being factual. It's being too much fact too soon. I think going back to that idea that in a startup we're there because, or in any business, we're there because there's something we love. And I think we have a sense, especially with B2B, that our main job is to be credible. You want to come off as credible, especially if you're a new company. I know what I'm doing. I've done this before. You want to talk about the degrees you have or the years you've been doing it and the credibility of all your science. And that is important. But that can actually often be done really quickly just by using a few details. And instead, people spend all of their time that they have with somebody establishing facts and credibility, when in fact, it's kind of like going on a date. You know, what you need before somebody rolls out all the facts is you need to like them. You need to be like, you're kind of interesting. Something we say at Vigilantes is, I like it. What is it? Like, you don't even have to really understand yet. You just have to have a sense that there is something interesting here. And I think it's one of the big pitfalls is jumping too quickly into the facts, into the rational, and wanting to provide long explanations of that. There's time for that. There's a second date. You can get into that later. Okay, the real difference between, how do we manage the language barrier as an immigrant in our storytelling? Oh my God, what a great question. You know, I think there are a few things that make it a good story, as we've talked about. There's kind of a structure, and there's the emotion that you feel, and I actually really feel like those are the two biggest things. I think what I would say is, just as everybody whose first language has to practice, I would say it's the same thing. I would say it's about practicing and watching your audience to see where they understand you and where they stumble, and to really pay attention to those places where they're looking a bit confused or they're looking a bit glassy-eyed. People do that with me in some presentations. And try to figure out what is it I can say here that will help them. But I actually feel like language barriers actually don't really get in the way when it's a good story. I think when we want to listen to your story, we're charmed and we're willing to work hard. Same when somebody is really nervous, same when somebody is awkward or someone's up on stage and they forget what they were gonna say. I think we as the speaker think that's gonna be a deal breaker. I think other people think it's charming. So, and I think they're just glad you're speaking most of the time, or at least that's what I tell myself. So I would say that the barrier is only what everybody else faces, which is in trying to make sure somebody actually understands us. Oh my God, the single most memorable story I've ever heard? That's like when my nieces ask me my favorite color. And then what I usually say is, what's your favorite color? And I'm like, yeah, me too. Yeah. I'm sorry I don't have one. I don't know if it's like if you're into food, which I also am, and it's like there's so many. There's so many categories. So I'm sorry I don't have a favorite. Maybe Dallas? That's super lame. Super lame. Okay. Why do stories sell? Is it because they trigger our reptilian brain? Oh, I forgot branding and marketing. Okay. This is what I'm going to try to explain. I'm going to take a bit of a leap here. It's dark, so I can't tell if you're all glazed over, but I'm going to do my best. So I've been up here today telling you a story, and you can tell that I am speaking. I'm not meaning to dumb this down for you. I'm saying this because I'm going to make another point. You can tell that I'm speaking. And if you are in a company and you're like a founder and you go out in the world and you are telling the story, personally, we get that you are speaking. Something happens, though, when you become a company. There becomes a group of you, more than one often, and you start to have a collective story. And you're not always telling it in person, one-on-one, where you can see the person telling it. So we need a storyteller. We're like, who is speaking to me? What is this company like? What are they about? What's the mission? What's the purpose? What's the values? What's the personality? It's like that thing I said just a minute ago, which is like, I like it. What is it? So, you know when you're at a party and you start speaking to someone and you don't know anything about them yet, you don't even know it's your friend Jess's new boyfriend, you're just talking to some, dude at the chip bar, and he's only said a couple words and you're like, oh, yeah, I like you, you're kind of funny. Okay, let's keep talking. It's not like, oh, you know what, I've got to go and refresh my drink. You don't say that. You're like, okay, I'm going to stick around for a minute and talk to you. Essentially, that's what brand is. So brand establishes a kind of person that represents your company. So when you think about Apple, right away we think fresh, innovative, simple, as compared to I don't know, what's a non-startup brand I could think of right now? Nike. Nike is about the everyday hero. It's about gritty. It's about you're running out in the rain and you're a real person and you triumph every time. You're a hero. So brand is about creating a person who is your brand, your company, what the world understands about you, so that the world wants to listen to the story as told by that person. That's what brand is. Brand is about creative and the story and how to tell it. Marketing is about the strategy and the actual act of going out and reaching your customers. It's about thinking, what are the channels we need to be on? What's the message we need to be giving? What's the format this needs to be in? And then the practice of actually doing it, of going out and making awareness. And what we would say is brand building is the process of engaging in that marketing, all of that doing, but in a way that builds people's understanding of the person that is the company. Because over time, we see that person over and over again, and it's about how do they go up or down in our esteem. And it helps to have time. I mean, if you think about a company like Tiffany, I mean, it doesn't hurt to have a movie called Breakfast at Tiffany's, but it's also because it's old. We've been seeing this person now for so long, we kind of know them. So I don't know if that really explained it, but I would say brand is the person and the storyteller. Marketing is the way we engage in different channels to reach people, and the two are very closely related. Is that good? Okay. Okay. As the current chief frog kisser, I love that you really took that on board. I found out that I'm still trying to find the formula to the best story. How many frogs on average do I need to kiss? Oh. Yeah, you and I would be friends here. I honestly think it's hundreds. I really do. I think it's hundreds. I think there's a lot of mirror time. I think there's a lot of time spent telling your story to friends and family, but I think there's a lot of telling your story out in the world, going to networking events, trying out your pitch on people, not in a super cheesy way. Just in a like, hey, can I tell you what we're working with as a company? And you know what, I'd love your feedback on if you understand this. Okay, so here's what we're doing. And you get into it and you ask for their feedback. But I think doing that is where you do your daily market research. It's where you find out if it's working. But yeah, I'd say hundreds. Oh, how do you transform an inspiring story to a website or social media page, video, landing page, etc.? Okay, let's nerd out, shall we? Okay, so to start with, you get the fundamentals of your story. You find out who you are, what your vision is, what your mission is, what your purpose is, what the things are about what you're doing that are distinct from the competition, your value proposition. And when you see this written down on a piece of paper, it's very underwhelming. It's short, it's technical, it's not that interesting. And then your job is to kind of translate that for all the different formats, all the different channels. So it can be like an in-person way to tell the story, like we've been talking about, like the Pixar formula story, or it can be for a website. And when it's for a website, you learn the ways that channel works. So for example, about a website, one of the things we know is a website works best kind of like an onion. You know, you don't get into the nitty-gritty in the hero module. You start with the highest level, most emotional thing as part of your value proposition, and you put that in the top. And as you go through the website, you get more and more granular. Obviously, I haven't solved this whole problem for you. It takes a little longer than this. But I think what I'm trying to say is you end up with this kind of essence of who you are, that strategy, and then whatever the channel is, and there's website, in-person, social media, video, all these, but each one of them has their requirements, their best practices, their formula, and you translate your strategy into whatever is happening on that channel. Did that help? Could there be a nod? Yes. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Bless your heart. Thank you. Oh, it was really exciting. How are we doing for time?
9 minutes and 45 seconds.
Okay, we can do a couple more. Let's do it. Okay. When telling your story, how do you relate to your audiences, especially? Oh, what a great question. I'm going to nerd out again. So something we do a lot at Vigilantes is audience research. I think it's partly because I started as a journalist and I fundamentally just like interviewing people, but there are a lot of methodologies for it that make it really simple. One of them, actually, let me say something first. I think it's crucial to know your audiences. I think it's crucial to define your audiences. If anyone ever thinks, by the way, which I've heard quite recently, oh, the whole world is our audience. I'm like, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. We have to know who we're speaking to because everybody has their own very particular backgrounds, cultures, jobs they're trying to get done, pain points, things they're looking to have happen, like goals. We have to know what those are because what we're essentially doing is to go back to that strategy we were talking about, what's your value proposition, what are your messages, etc. We're translating that every time we speak to somebody. We're like, okay, here, let me figure out what about what I have here is relevant to you, and the way I do that is from knowledge. So I know some things about what you're trying to solve, and I kind of translate it. You already do this in your everyday life. If there's something you know and you're telling your mom the story, you're going to tell it differently to her from your kid, from your best friend, from somebody you meet at a Thanksgiving dinner for the first time. You're always doing this quick calculation, recalibration of the things you know and what you think is going to be relevant for them. So I think when we're doing it in a more company communications way, it means we just have to become a bit thoughtful. And the way we do that is by interviews so that we really do have a sense of what matters to people. And then we're helping them with the information that actually does solve their problem so that they get what they need about our story, they get their way in, and then from there we can really have a conversation, but we can meet them where they are. That's how we would put that. Oh, okay, yeah, I read this one earlier and I loved it. Is it because they trigger our reptilian brain? You know, the only thing I've been able to make of that is that thing I told you earlier, which is that, I mean, I think our world is somewhat chaotic. I don't know if you'd agree with me. And I think the best stories start with something that we all feel, that we're all feeling in some kind of intense way. It's like a question we all have. It's often related to the chaos in one way or another. And then through that period of that story, it becomes solved. There's something that we've been wondering about that gets solved. And innately in that, there's a kind of hopefulness. There's a kind of peace. And we want to join you because it feels like there is a way forward. And I'm not saying this to tell you to deceive people. I really think if you tell an honest story, it does help people figure out if there's a good match, if there is some kind of alignment between the two of you, if there is some kind of value in the two of you having a conversation and continuing on, walking together, working together, helping each other to do the thing you're each trying to do. It creates alignment. How many more minutes? One more?
5 minutes.
Oh my God. Thank you for reading that to me because I could never have seen it. Oh my God. Okay. Have you ever experienced an entrepreneur taking a pivot in their plan or business model after going through or experiencing the process of storytelling? Yeah, many times. And I think it's because what happens when you get really clear on your story is you give yourself a kind of a ruler. You take this whole, like, these are all the things that interest us, all the reasons we're doing it, all the things we want to achieve in the world, and you do have to distill it down into something focused. That's what a story is. A story means making decisions. So what we often say about the process of brand building is that brand building isn't a communications tool. It doesn't live in the marketing department. Your story does not live in the marketing department. It's not just about doing social media. It is about doing social media, but fundamentally it is part of your business strategy, because what it can and should do is have you say, oh, I've had this amazing idea, but it doesn't fit with what we're doing. So I have a few choices. I can found another company to do that thing. I can found an offshoot in some way. I can find a bridge between what I'm doing and what that is, or I can make a decision to leave it, or I can change my story. But it forces us to be disciplined and to make decisions because the story has to be coherent. It has to be consistent in order for anyone else to understand it. So I've definitely seen a lot of that. When telling your story, how do you maintain connection with the audience and avoid coming across as simply pitching? Yeah. I think that's that thing about the pulse test for me. It's the thing about really being in it and really knowing you have to feel it the whole time. There's no calling it in. And knowing your job is to connect with that person. And I think if you do that, you can't slip into pitching. Because I think pitching, by definition, is a form of roteness. It's a form of detachment, of running something. And I think if ever we feel that we're not in it, we're not feeling it, there's no pulse. So I think that's how I do it. And I think it's also by paying a lot of attention to whom you're talking to see where are they engaged, where am I losing them, what are they interested in, and following up on that. You know, there was this host on the CBC who was on CBC radio for years, and he was kind of famous because his producers would write really good question lines for him, and he would follow them religiously. So he might have a politician on the channel, on the show, and you know the first question would be like, you know, what are your priorities in government this year? And the politician might be answering, and he might be saying, and that's why I am closing down government, and I'm holding the government hostage, starting right now. And then this host would be like, and what are you doing on your summer holidays? It's like, yeah, okay. Did you hear what the person said? So I think that's the other thing that stops us into pitching by rote, is really paying attention to the audience, whether it's an informal setting like a coffee or a conversation, or whether it's a very formal pitch, watching the people at the table or on the Zoom, noticing when their eyes light up, and either expanding on that in the moment if you have time, or coming back to it later, but knowing it's a live sport. It's live. It's like theater sports, what you're doing. So you can't get into the rote or you're missing all the clues. I'm presenting a project we do in an African lake. Wow. The risk of disaster can kill millions. Oh my gosh. We can and must fix it. Do I make such risk the story, or is it the fix? Wow, yeah, no, I've definitely got all the information to answer that question. No problem. It's an amazing question. God. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think I would say it's about going back to the story and the way you're telling it now and seeing where those pieces best fit. But I would call that a non-answer. Okay, sorry. I hope you win. When your clients come from different age groups, do you need to produce different versions of the same stories, maybe different lingo, or would one version work? Oh, I love this question. Okay, I'm going to go back to the fact that what we need to do when we're storytelling in any way is we need to do audience research to understand where they are, what they're thinking, what they're feeling, what their pain points are, their obstacles, their jobs, etc. And we need to speak to where we know that they are. That said, I think one of the most inauthentic things we can do is change our lingo. I think as a brand or as a person, we need to speak as us. I think whenever we change our lingo, we come across as inauthentic. But I would say it is still about telling the story in a way that is us, but is in a way we think they can understand it, both in terms of the key messages and in terms of the accessibility of the language, which to me is different from using lingo. That's it, lingo. That's where we're ending today, on lingo. It's been so lovely to be here with you today. Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Did this last year, and I guess it was successful enough that or you're so desperate for moderators maybe. I'll take the positive route on this one though. So this is going to be an exciting hour of conversation. We have three very dynamic and diverse founders, entrepreneurs, difference makers that we're going to be sharing some stories and journeys, cautionary tales, and nuggets of wisdom with you today. First 2/3 is going to be a conversation that I'm going to help facilitate here, and then it's all about you out in the audience there, of course, with your questions that will appear behind me for the last 10 or 15 minutes. So please put your questions up there because we want to hear from you. So as Michelle mentioned, my name is Colin Weston. Some of you may know me, one of my previous gigs as being the founder and community leader for Startup Vancouver as part of Startup Canada. And now I am the director of the Build Next program, the cluster we have there within Foresight Canada. So if any of you are out there that are in the property tech, construction tech, built environment decarbonization, come and talk to me afterwards. But this is not about me. This is about these three wonderful people here. And as Michelle had mentioned, our theme for the overall conference with Immersion Week is Climate and the Public Health Crisis, Systems Changes and Actions Needed, which is going to be an overarching theme here today. And yeah, the talk here, we're going to be digging into today's innovators getting ready to scale tomorrow's solutions. So with this, Michelle already made an introduction, so I'm not going to be too redundant here with each of them, but I will give a little bit of an overview of these fabulous innovators we have here. So to my immediate right, your left here in the fabulous yellow jacket here, we have Arushi Rana, and she is a member of the prestigious BC 30 Under 30 Club, also C40 Women in Climate Mentee, and Arushi is the Director of Commercialization at Praxis Spinal Cord Institute, a BC-based charity focused on transforming the lives of people with spinal cord injuries, or SCI, as I've learned the acronym from you the other day. Thank you for that. By advancing care and technology to meet the needs of the community. Through her role at Praxis, Arushi has helped design innovative, cutting-edge programs to support health tech acceleration in neuroscience, focusing on bringing people with lived SCI experience directly into product development. So I'm just going to quickly go through, and then I'm going to have each one of them tell a little more about what they've done and where they are now. So next we have Kunal Sethi, who is the co-founder and CEO of UVX Inc., and Kunal is a professional engineer, a civil engineer, I believe you mentioned earlier to me, who, this is very interesting, lived across 3 continents and takes pride in his multicultural understanding and diversity. He is an impact-driven entrepreneur and the co-founder of UVX, a company on a mission to reduce infection transmission risk in indoor spaces with their product, I'm gonna get this right, is it Zener, we pronounce it? Nailed it, there we go. That continuously and automatically disinfects air and surfaces throughout the day. And last but definitely not least, on my far right, your left, is Carolyn Laconic, who is the CEO of VotaSafe Inc., where they deliver search and rescue products to help save lives and keep rescuers safe. And VotaSafe's flagship product is called AquaEye, a handheld sonar device that provides fast, safe, intelligent water rescue. So I hope you all took notes because there will be a test afterwards, so be paying attention. So I'm just going to move down the line here, and with Arushi, I'm going to start with you. So the first question I have here for everybody, so our overarching theme today is how early stage companies are poised to scale their ventures as a response to the public health and climate crisis. So before we learn what each of you is, where you're going, let's hear quickly a company origin story and where you are on that journey today. So Arushi, I know you had the stage earlier, and I love that presentation with Paul. But yeah, let us know what you're doing and why you do it.
Sure. I would say the key word would be by accident. I'm here by accident. I started with a liberal arts education, so you basically learn a lot about a lot of things, and you don't actually have technical skills. And I sort of stumbled into a job where, because I didn't have a technical skill, consulting companies, and I fell in love with healthcare. So I started with working on the St. Paul's redevelopment and some other public health issues. So I really saw how messy, but also what amazing people there are in healthcare. And I fell in love with it, even though it's a very, very difficult space. Then I consulted for myself, and then I also worked with an early seed stage traumatic brain injury startup. And then I really got to see the impact of the neurological condition on ourselves and how little we knew. And I think, an event like this, I met, I think, one of my colleagues, Fred, in the audience, and 2 weeks later, he's like, do you want to build an accelerator in this space? And the advice I always give to everyone, including all the entrepreneurs we train, do not say yes in 5 minutes. Look at the contract. I know you're excited, but I said yes in 5 minutes. And what started then was a huge journey in building, in an orphan condition, something that, like an engine to build hundreds of engines to transform spinal cord injury. So it's been exciting, and now we're moving into the space of seeing how climate is impacting our populations and how we can address that.
Wonderful, wonderful. Kunal, over to you. So with UVX.
Hello, hello.
Here we go. So yeah, tell us about it.
Yeah, I guess similar to Arushi, it was kind of by mistake, but not really. I guess for us, it was during COVID-19. We had just come off from building a different company in the marketing space, which we dissolved for various reasons, one of which there was no impact in the company, so we didn't really feel like we wanted to leave our jobs to build that company, amongst COVID being a factor. But it was around June when you're seeing all the articles in the newspaper about, well, online, but also in newspapers, around deaths in senior care homes. Became very curious about the space. And then my co-founder and I, Samir and I, we had a personal loss in a long-term care home and became very curious. So with no intention to build a company, but we were definitely very curious and wanted to kind of get some questions answered. We then just called up everybody we knew who worked in senior care. That was some friends who were nurses in some long-term care homes and senior homes in Vancouver and Toronto. We also went to interview some senior homes. And I just remember one time we were at a local senior home in Vancouver, and we were interviewing the infection lead outside the facility because that shut down for COVID-19 outbreaks. And as we were interviewing the IPAC lead, we see behind people carrying these massive garbage bags of just waste. And I actually asked her, I'm like, hey, you know, what's happening? Like, what is that? And she said to me that that was all the cleaning waste. And at the time, we had more information, knowledge that COVID was airborne. So my question to her was, why are you still disinfecting surfaces when it's airborne? And they had no good answer for us. So me and Samir knew that we had to make a difference. We explored different technologies to do this, and we stumbled upon a human-safe form of UV light, which can disinfect in real time. We formed some partnerships with different universities, Columbia University in New York, UBC Medicine, and we left our jobs in 2021 to build UVX full-time. So from curiosity to product to now.
I love the theme so far, as they didn't have everything figured out, as you never do in entrepreneurship. There's no straight line.
We still don't.
And some stuff is accidental. Oh yes, it's a work in progress, that no straight line thing. And sometimes you just say yes, with trepidation sometimes, but you just kind of go for it and see where it takes you. So treat it as an experiment and go from there. So love to find out now, Carolyn, from you with VotaSafe and Aqua. So give us your personal connection and a bit of the backstory.
Sure. So I was lifeguarding, going through my undergrad in engineering at SFU, and then my master's, and just was incredibly frustrated by what we were taught to do in outdoor situations. So if you imagine yourself on a beach as a lifeguard and a parent comes up to you screaming that their kid's gone missing, the only tool you have are goggles. And so it's a pretty hopeless situation to think you've got this body of water to search and all you have are your eyes and water you cannot see through. So I wanted to create something that was incredibly easy to use, that you could use while you're under immense stress. And I don't want to say it was an accident. I didn't intend to build a company. I wanted to see if I could build a product that could actually help. So that's where it started. I started with a couple of prototypes, very much working kind of, I worked for a biomedical engineering startup for a while, and that was incredibly helpful to learn how startups operate, what to do, what not to do, how to build a great team. And from there, one day we all got laid off, or 90% of us anyways, and I thought, okay, now's the time. So I just started searching for my first customer. And from there, slowly kind of built a team around it. And eventually, right now we're selling into, I think, 47 countries worldwide. So it's been a long journey because we were ready to launch. I was just telling Kunal, we were ready to launch basically November 2019. So we were signed up to hit 33 conferences in 2020 in North America. Of course, none of that happened. So we had to pivot really quickly and start targeting. We pivoted away from kind of camps and lifeguards in that first front scene to firefighters. And now we're selling to search and rescue and even the US Navy, and realized that the problem that I was experiencing as a 16-year-old lifeguard is also being experienced by the biggest professionals in this space around the world, which blew my mind. So kind of set out to build a product and realized, oh God, I got to build a business around this because this is something that the world needs.
Love this, love this. Well, Michelle knows this about me and anybody that's heard me talk. I've got lots of questions here, and I'm already going off script with a question that just popped into my head. So here we go. Since all three of you are involved in technology-driven hardware and products, we call it hardware for a reason because it's hard. So I want to hear from the three of you, because I'm sure there's lots of people out there in the audience that with your ventures are hardware and physical product driven, just like some of them that are out here being showcased in the hallways that you have to check out. So I want to hear from all of you, if, like, when you went in, because I'm building hardware too and what we're doing, love to hear what you maybe naively went in thinking it was going to be somewhat easy and the biggest challenges and surprises that have arisen and how you've managed to overcome that. So I'm going to start right in the middle with Kunal, with you on that one.
Wow. Actually, it's a very funny story around this. Well, I hope it's funny.
We'll see.
So this is early days. Me and Samir, who's my co-founder right now, I'm exploring. We're just curious about the space. We're calling up friends, trying to understand what's happening. Mostly because it was COVID times. We had more time on our hands. We just, we're looking to get some answers. And when I was doing my own research, I came across different options for this. And I asked Samir, hey Samir, can we build this in software? And he said, no heckin' ways, because he's the CTO, I'm the CEO. We're both engineers, but definitely he's the brains behind UVX. And he said, dude, there's no way. This has to be an aspect of disinfection to reduce microbial load so you can reduce infection risk. So there has to be some kind of hardware aspect to this. And that was our first discussion. Fast forward, I got some more validation. We interviewed a lot of senior homes and some hospitals and some other different agencies to kind of get some interest, got some LOIs and MOUs signed as well, very early days. And Samir was still in school. So I had to convince this guy to leave UBC, to drop out, and to join me on this hardware healthcare company. And we were by the Canada Place. It was a beautiful early fall afternoon, and I pitched Samir the idea to leave UBC to build UVX full time. And he was like, Kunal, this is hardware in healthcare. It's double hard. And I said to him, Samir, you are right, but it'll be double fun. And honestly, that has been the case. I think it's been really, really rewarding to work on a physical product. I'm a guy who likes physical things, and for me, it's been very rewarding. So yes, hardware is hard. Hardware in healthcare is double hard. Right. Hardware in life sciences is probably triple hard, but I think that makes it all the more fun.
Wow, I love the perseverance. Good stuff. So, Carla, I'm going to ask you the same question. So I'm curious. I've seen your product. So obviously what you have now in market is not the first prototype you had. So I'm sure that whole rapid prototyping and iterative design and design thinking pieces come in. So tell us about the journey, and hopefully look back at the first thing you did and wince at it, because if you're not, that means you probably haven't improved. So yeah, tell us about the highs and lows of product design.
Okay, so I think there's some video out there. You can probably search this later, but I did the forum pitch last year, and they wanted pictures from the beginning, and I was like, oh my God, I don't know how far this goes back. And I started searching, and I found this kind of year and a half of my life that I'd completely forgotten about, which was when, it was before COVID, it was a year and a half where we couldn't have anybody over. And the reason we couldn't have anybody over is because our bathroom was my lab space. So the bathtub had duct tape and posts and all sorts of sensors hanging all over it, and upstairs, our entire living room was scattered with electronics. So if anybody came over, the question they would ask is, are you building a bomb? We once hosted it was a Super Bowl party, and literally 20 people, that was the first question they asked every time they walked in the door, because there's just stuff everywhere. I think one of the challenges in building, there's so many challenges with hardware, but you are a little person, you're a little entity amongst so many others. So when there are supply chain issues and shortages, you have to work so much harder. You're probably going to pay way higher prices, which we did throughout COVID. You need to strategize in a much different way than Apple would, because they just have that, and the car manufacturers are obviously dealing with it or getting better. But when you're starting, you have no money, and so you're constantly trying to strike a balance between how much risk do I take in buying more of these parts so that I have them, versus, okay, but if we don't sell fast enough, and that's what I do still to this day, like on a weekly basis, because Hardware is hard, and if you're holding inventory and not selling it, but if you don't have enough, then you can't sell it. It's this catch-22. I remember going to so many of these talks before I started, and anytime hardware was brought up, it would be hardware is hard, don't do it. Don't do it. Like, that's all I would hear over and over again. But I agree with Kunal, it is so much fun to have a physical product that you can like show and tell and touch and build. So if you have an idea and it's something you want to do, I would definitely say go for it, but just know it's not an easy path.
So everybody out there maybe kind of conflicted right now between now you've scared the crap out of me and also that sounds awesome. So, and I agree with both of you. So we saw earlier, and it's out there on display, your product with the cooling vest for people with spinal cord injuries. So tell us about that, the product itself, and also that the journey of how you've arrived to what you have in market now.
Sure. So, I mean, the product we were sharing is, our role is finding solutions that will work. But in that situation, we had 8 days to vet a product that was already available, that wasn't designed for people with spinal cord injury, with clinicians, get buy-in and deliver, right? So there's a lot of risk involved in that. But in the grounding conversations, and we had to bring our partners along. We couldn't just do it on our own. So, we said to people said this, that. I said, this is a climate emergency. So we have imperfect choices ahead of us. We need products today to address a heat wave that's happening now. And I think grounding into the moment of now is really challenging for innovators, but we're also resilient that if that is framed, we'll get resourceful. But I think it's really hard for people to get their heads around, yes, we can invent the best cooling vest for people with spinal cord injury, but heat waves are happening now. And so I think it's balancing innovation energy, getting ideas from you guys, building the better next thing, but we need to be deploying today. So I think that was a challenge in finding that solution, negotiating for that solution, making sure it worked, and then getting it to people in packages within a very short timeline. I mean, working back when we launched in 2020, I think I was only hired 5 months before, and I'd go around to these kind of conferences, and they said, what are you going to do? I said, well, we're going to build an accelerator in 6 months, and we got laughed out of the room. Yeah. They're like, you're a little charity. What are you going to do? And the hypothesis we had at the time, and it's always, you always have to go back to that, and I always get humbled by this, is, we're a charity, so we're not, we don't have billions of dollars, we don't have, the Bransons and the Musks, not that you'd want them in the room necessarily, to be all high-powered. So what do we offer? And I went back to my experience as a health innovator, and I said, we have people like Paul who trust us, but we have to earn that trust, and then we can create a bridge with innovators, right? To have an agile conversation in healthcare, which does not happen, as you know, because as a healthcare innovator, you can spend 6 to 12 months getting one 30-minute call with a clinician or someone with lived experience, and there's a lot of red tape around that. And we thought, okay, let's test it, but there'll be pushback. And people with spinal cord injury were telling me, and they're leaders in the community, they said, Arushi, I've said what I've had to say. Why are we having weekly sessions? And I said, have they heard you? Have they changed their design? They're like, no. Then I said, they haven't heard you. So welcome now. You're a coach. So until they hear you, you're going to repeat the same thing. And I'm sorry. It's irritating. But bringing people with lived experience into every step of the journey is a challenge. I think the thing that I was naive about is I thought big companies, Fortune 50, they're really good at engaging. And they've really tested out their product, But, it's not like a dating app where you can go out and ask anyone how a dating app is. You're talking to people about very sensitive issues about their bladder, bowel, the pain they're experiencing. And so what I'm learning is, you go under the cover of really top-notch Fortune 50 companies, and you're like, where is your engagement? You're launching this new product in 6 months, and the installation guide makes no sense to clinicians. This is still happening today. So it's just, when you double down, there's never enough engagement with people with lived experience in the innovation journey. And sometimes I'm fighting with innovators to say, you need to listen to their experience. And I'm like, why am I fighting you? This is helping your business.
Yeah. You touched on something in what you just said, and thank you for that, about the power of partnerships and not going alone. And a theme here in a lot of the conversations is about collaboration, because there are so many well-intentioned organizations of people that are siloed, and you don't even know other people are doing great work in that space that want to share. It's not necessarily about competition, it is about collaboration. So with everything you're doing here, you can't go alone, and you just gave great examples of that. So for the other two, to expand on this, what partnerships have you found that have really helped you accelerate what you're doing, whether it's EIUBC, little plug, a little shout out there, but also with others, whether it's for pilot programs or just other pieces that you can plug in, because that saying, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, you need to go together. So if both of you could expand on that a little bit more with Carlin, starting with you.
Yeah, I would say when I started, that was the first thing I did, is find a partner in a customer or a potential customer. The previous startup that I was at, I remember one of the head engineer there one day saying to me, no matter what you do, talk to your customers. So I completely agree with what you're saying. It's so easy to be like, I got a great idea, my team's awesome, we're smart, we're gonna nail it. If you skip the step of constantly checking in with your customers, you're going to end up with this thing without the killer application. So it's crucial to find people who are in the space. I was really fortunate because I was the inventor and the user. Like, I could picture what I needed to create, but having more people around you who are connected is incredible. So the Life Saving Society was the first one. They're a national charity. They do a lot to do with swimming lessons and learn to swim programs and drowning prevention. By tapping into them, they were able to get me into focus groups and talk to people at the ground level about what they're seeing in camps, what they're seeing across the country. And now it's also, we have a great partner in a group in the US. They're all ex-Navy SEALs. And their company is trying to bring the level of training of first responders and public safety divers up so that they are entering situations with less risk to themselves. And it's just so crucial to have that push and pull. Like, it's really good to have that conflict, I find, too. Because if you have a partner that's always agreeing with you, you might not be getting everything you can out of them. So I would also say partnerships, they're important for feedback, good and bad. They'll steer you more quickly where you need to go.
So yes, that within customer validation, as they say. Last thing you want to do is build a product that you love on time, on budget, that nobody wants. It's a bad thing, a bad thing. So Kunal, maybe you can expand on that too.
Yeah, I think the best kept secret, or maybe it's not really a big secret, is talk to your customers. I think a lot of advisors and mentors for tech startups tell that to founders, but not enough founders do it. We have unlocked so many unique insights, and I have a bit of a contrarian approach to building a hard tech, deep tech company, where yes, I believe the IP matters, but your unique insights matter more. You know, how you build moats aren't just the intellectual property, the different ways to build moats. In fact, by virtue of having a hard tech company, there is a moat because people don't want to do hard things. So by virtue of having a hard tech company, already you have a moat with you. But for partnerships, I've always viewed partnerships similar to how I view my advisors. You can't have the same advisor for operations, for sales, for everything else. You need people who have certain kind of expertise. For partnerships, we've taken a very similar approach. We have partners that are helping us with credibility because they're big name partners. We have partners who are helping us with R&D, whereby we co-develop the device with them. And we have partners who are just there to give us, help, testimonials, pictures, and whatnot. So 2 partners come to mind for UVX. One is Louis Brier Home and Hospital. It's the biggest facility of 215 beds, the biggest senior care home in BC, and they help us co-develop the product Zenner. In the early days, we learned about seniors, for example, sleeping in the common areas. Right? And we never knew that. So when we went out to the senior home, we would spend a whole, multiple days at the senior home where we actually got to know people on a first name basis. And we learned that seniors sleep in the common areas, which means you need to have a device that's silent, because anything that's humming or has a sound to it will actually be disruptive to seniors. It's an insight we would have never got otherwise. So that's one example, Louis Brier. When it comes to credibility, UVX signed a contract recently with Nova Scotia Health, who are putting in a lot of money into clinical trials with us. And I cannot be thankful enough to fate that happened. It came to being, and there's a whole story behind that I can share at a different time. But just having a province-level health authority working with us, investing their taxpayers' money into UVX's trials is massive, and that has helped us get more interest from other customers. So I would encourage any entrepreneurs in the audience to think about partnerships in the same way as you think of your resourcing. Every individual, every partner brings their own value.
But can I jump in here? It can be exhausting, right? Like I think, when I remember my startup days on the different side is that you're getting pulled in 100 directions and someone's saying, talk to a customer, and you're like, I haven't eaten breakfast and it's 10 p.m. It's really exhausting. So how do you make the time to talk to the customer? And also you have to be very empathetic with the customer. You can't be like, I haven't eaten breakfast, it's your problem. No, you're serving them. So that's the tension, right?
I have some thoughts there as well. Learn to say no. It's very hard because you never know where that serendipitous opportunity lies. It's very hard to say no, but you have to assess your opportunities and act upon them, and it's okay to say no. I've had to say no to many things, but I feel like your customers have to be up there. Ultimately, you're building a business.
Yeah, I just to add, I used to schedule it the first thing in my day, because if my day got started, then it'd be harder to carve out the time, but it would be like the first thing I'd start my day with, a couple customer calls, then I could carry on with everything else, just because you're totally right, it's super hard to carve in.
Yeah, as an entrepreneur, especially working at home the last couple of years, it's, you have the best intentions to structure your day, and the next thing you know, you're watching kitten videos on YouTube again. It's like, how did that happen again? Where did I go with that? Right? Yes, so I agree. And and Kunal, to expand on what you just said there, is that fear of missing out of someone approaching you with an opportunity, and as entrepreneurs, is just yet another one of those tricky bits that we have to deal with. Sometimes you have to look at this and respectfully and graciously say no to an opportunity, but say, hey, maybe later on it doesn't work right now where I am in this journey, so not shutting them down and not disappointing them. And that's tough because you don't want to give up that opportunity. So that's one of thousands of tough decisions you have to make on a daily basis as an entrepreneur. So the next question I wanted to ask you, getting back to the script now, actually 20 minutes of being off script here. So a good friend of mine, I met her for coffee about a year ago, and I was kind of at a crossroads, not knowing what I want to do in my next step. And she asked me, Colin, what is your ikigai? And I said, my what? It's like, what is that? And I've learned quite a bit about this. And so if you're not familiar with this, so ikigai is a Japanese concept that means your reason for being, kind of your raison d'etre in French. So ikigai in Japanese means life. Iki in Japanese means life, and gai describes value or worth. Your ikigai is your purpose or your bliss. So with that, all three of you represent socially driven ventures. So I'd like to hear from each of you, what is your motivation to take on the work that you do, your why, your ikigai? So I'm just going to start directly right here with Rushi, yes?
Sure, yeah. I think for me, being in social impact for a decade, I think it's been really important not to say, I want to impact and I want to help people, but I want to try. Because I think it's really hard to help people and actually create value in their life. And I think it's the really stepping back, because I think it's very grandiose when, especially working in charities, you want to be like, I'm good, I'm a charity, but you don't know. I'm just having that timidity to say, I'm trying and I'm going to learn every day. But then, a lot of the questions I asked myself was, okay, there's so many ways of helping, and there are so many, I really admire frontline health workers, and I admire search and rescue. I would be terrible at that job. So the Ikigai circle is also about, what gives you joy, where can you add value, and then that purpose piece. And so, what gives me joy, I'm also a writer, a novelist, and I really thrive on creativity. So I need to be creating something new and scaling it. Like, I get so much energy, but I really learned to channel it into, again, asking your community what they need. And if it's already being done, great, right? Create something new that's really needed. But then the thing what are you good at was the question I always grappled with. I used to always think, I'm an ideas person and I don't know how to implement anything. And over time I was like, oh, I'm actually, in this call, I'm the doer here. And it's been, hard to go, actually, that's what this conversation needs me to be. The strategy is there, but who's going to do it? And so learning that my value is that I actually getting stuff done, even though that was a place where I'm like, I'm not good at it. I'm like, in this conversation, in this team, or in this situation, who's going to actually make it happen? And I think coming to terms with that was the biggest piece, is that I'm an operator. I'm not just a thinker person.
Thanks for that. Kunal, how about you?
My ikigai. I guess there's two aspects for that question. One is, do you have an ikigai? And the other one is, what is it? Do I have an ikigai? Yes. And I realized that when we had to dissolve the first company called The Flow. It was during COVID. It was March, April of 2020. And one of the big reasons why we chose to not pursue it, we're part-time, we're bootstrapped, we had 170 weekly active users, we had some paid paid customers, paying customers. And one of the big reasons why was we did not want to leave our jobs to build that company. And once we dug deeper, it was because we did not see an impact there. And we wanted to look back at our lives and, feel that we had a valuable life and we had impact. And, now in hindsight, there's a company that raised $240 million at a $3 billion valuation that had exact same idea we did. And that never bugged me because money can only take you so far. So do I have an ikigai? I'd say yes. But why? And what is it? It's something I've thought about during my hardest days at UVX. I think every entrepreneur has a lot of hard days, and for me, on my hard days, I like to just leave my phone at home and go for a long walk. And I realized my ikigai is perhaps slightly selfish. But I think, Marushi, you said those three components of joy, purpose, and where you add value. If you think about it, those are also quite selfish, aspects, the three components to the ikigai. And I, perhaps a bit morbid, I like to think of my life and how I want to live my life based on how I want to see myself when I'm older, when I'm in my deathbed, or at my funeral, how I want people to actually recall me as a person. And for me, that includes things like, Kunal was a good husband, he was a good father, he was a good friend, and he left an impact. And perhaps for me, it's selfish that I want to be remembered in that way. I think for me, UVX is a means to an end. But I just know that I don't care much about other things in life. I just want to feel valuable. So that's mine.
I don't think you have to feel too selfish about that. I know, especially in Japanese culture, from what I've learned, your ikigai can change over time. They don't, in Japanese, if anybody is Japanese out there, please tell me if I'm wrong. What I understand from my Japanese friends, there's no word for retire. There's always something next in your life that's that's community-driven, impact-driven, volunteering, what that is. So even though it may be personalized, it's not necessarily selfish. So I think you need to cut yourself a little bit of slack there, over there. So Carlin, I'd love to hear your take on this.
That's a tough one, but I think generating hope. That's probably what it is. I find that so easy to be negative today. There's a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of, we're talking about climate change. Obviously, there's a massive problem. We've just gotten through a pandemic. That was terrifying. There's so many things out there. I feel like, one, yes, we want to drop the number of drownings a year. I really kicked this whole idea off. I was at home sick one day. It was New Year's Eve. I was obviously a young 20-year-old, kind of choked that I wasn't out partying. And then I watched the news, and it was this family with this 3-year-old girl, and they were walking along a dock, and she fell in the water, and that was it. They lost her. They were like right there. And I just thought, that just can't happen anymore. It's ridiculous. Like, it's so straightforward. So I worked for a cancer diagnostics company, and it made sense to me that there were so many bright minds trying to find a way to do predictive analytics around that, because it's such a complicated, horrific, ingenious disease. Drowning is like straightforward, and I thought, we have to try to do better as a society. Like, I can't not tackle this. So I think my ikigai is just, trying to generate hope that we can tackle big problems. And so as long as everybody out there is trying to tackle something or help somebody tackle something, then that's what makes me feel happy. And so now, I've moved away from the technology side and moved into a CEO role at the company, and I love the fact that we have this team that is super passionate about coming to work every day, and that's kind of also creating something that they can get their hands into and feel a part of and own as well. So, I guess in general, having an impact and feeling like we are capable and we can create change.
And it's also the niche, right? Actually, drowning can happen to anyone. Spinal cord injury can happen to anyone. Any relative can be in an old age home. But it's I think the magic is finding that that niche that you can put time and energy and not feel overwhelmed. There's so many problems, and it means you can be an ally to other people, and they, you know, problems intersect. Like someone with a disability probably at higher risk of drowning if they're near, you know what I mean? So it's like, I think being at peace with, here's a niche, and I'm gonna really learn about the problem here and not get overwhelmed because there's so many places, you know, your intellect can go, right?
Totally.
Thank you all for that.
It's where you add value, right?
100%, 100%. Just want to check it, Michelle, I see on the clock about 6 minutes and change. That's for us to talk here, or that's actually for overall?
Slide up.
Start to go. All right. Well, we'll just park the rest of my questions here for another time. Well, thank you all for that interactive talk. So, okay, now it's time to hear from our audience. So I'm going to start, everybody's anonymous. It's the same person. Okay, this is for Arushi. How do you navigate being a charity with the need to be innovating all the time? Are you charity constituents supportive of the risk of innovation?
That's a really good question. It is the challenging part of my job is that, you know, we are funded by federal government and provincial government, and our funder is our customer. So you can't just do whatever you want, and there's very strict regulation in how you do things. And everything needs to be documented. You cannot just say, you know, in the innovator world, you're like, okay, let's just get this done. It's like every step of what you do has to be equitable and fair. So it can be quite challenging because you're working with a company that might die tomorrow, and then you straddle the pace of what you do. I think that on the other hand, we also have really great support in our leadership. I think Bill's in the audience as well, of balancing, you know, and explaining to federal government, this is our value, right? Government is looking today for Canada to be better at innovating. We're very good at innovating. We're not good at keeping companies here. So if we really meet government's needs of, we need to keep companies here, here's some of the balanced risks we need to take, and making sure we're being really clear on our narrative, we're saying we're de-risking it because we're getting customers to de-risk the product before you do it. And it's the framing, but I do feel there's a lot of leadership support in what I do in the sense that you have to follow those steps. But I feel a lot of support from my team of, okay, let's talk about the risk. We've really documented the risk. Okay, let's take the risk. Because people with SCI say that to me. They said, if we don't take the risk to find a cure or to find this thing, who will, right? Exactly what Paul was saying.
Right, right. Well, got a question for Carolyn. I see, as a solo founder, how do you manage your company building journey without a co-pilot?
It's funny, I was actually just met with somebody new today and was talking about being a single founder versus having a co-pilot. You talk to yourself a lot. Honestly, it wasn't something I planned on. I was really focused on building a product. I just really wanted to prove that I could make something work. And I'm going to jump to it. There's another question there asking about that time machine question. What would you do differently? And I don't know that I'd go back and get a co-pilot, but I do know that I would go back and I would be more confident about telling my story. So while I was working for that biotech startup, I was building this company in my back pocket, but I was too afraid to tell anybody about it. I knew what I was doing was worthwhile, but I knew that if my peers shot me down, called me crazy, I wouldn't have had this stamina to keep going. So I kept it to myself. And in doing so, probably made my journey a lot more lonely and a lot more difficult than it should have been. But I was just so protective of that idea. And then as it grew, the reason why I didn't pick up a co-pilot is I thought, this is too risky to ask somebody else to take half of this with me. It just felt like if I brought somebody on, I would care about that person, and I would be so scared that they would have to own half the risk, and that just wasn't fair. So I thought, I'm just gonna keep going, and if I fail, I fail, but it's all on me, and that's okay. I think it's a lot of like check-ins and a lot of, reflection on why you've made decisions that you've made. My husband's a police officer, and a lot of times they have to take notes after anything that they've done. And one thing he taught me very early on was, you're never gonna have all the answers, but as long as you make your decisions with all the information you can in the moment, that is the best you can do. And so kind of taking those notes and reflecting back, I also learn, right? So co-pilots are great. You can kind of shoot ideas back and forth. I kind of just had to do that with myself. But, yeah.
Nice, nice. Okay, well, you touched on it already, the time machine question. So we're going to put this to all three of you here. So yeah, if you had a time machine, the Wayback Machine, and go back to when you first started, so this is more of a kind of our cautionary tales edition here of what with your startups here. So what would you do differently and why? And we're going to start, we'll start right in the middle. Kunal.
Ooh, it's a tough question because if you change something in the past, would that mean you change the outcome of the present?
Right, sliding doors.
So for me, I'm quite happy with where we are right now with UVX, but I guess something I wish was placed more emphasis by others for UVX was around speaking to your customer. I know we talked about this earlier in the conversation, but we have unlocked so many unique insights by just talking to customers. You know, everyone tells us that this industry is a horrible industry, which it is. You know, selling into senior care is a tough industry, but if you're able to demonstrate a business case, if you're able to articulate your value props, they will buy, right? And we are seeing traction there right now. But it's something that we just took way too long to do. And I know Rushi mentioned how to engage your end beneficiaries, your end users, and your customers in the journey to actually innovate and to prototype and to get the first MVP and to get them to use it. So yeah, I just wish we spoke to more customers. We launched and we deployed our units sooner to kind of learn what the issues were. Yeah.
Good stuff. Carolyn, you got some thoughts on this?
No, just the wanting to do it sooner. I remember always being told, if you're not embarrassed of your first product, you took too long to launch it.
Right.
You know, and I think that, yeah, something to think on.
Rushi, you have any thoughts on this one? With
Some
the time
tactical
machine?
things.
Yeah.
I think burn rate is huge. I know it's not the fun thing to talk about, but if you're starting a startup, like I remember when I was in a situation, I knew we were burning too much cash. And I'm already a bit like a bull in a china shop, and I say exactly what I think, and it's a startup, and there were some, you know, I wanted to really be respectful. And I think burn rate will kill you. So just like you have to make investments in customers and stuff, don't be silly about it, but like, don't build this big, gigantic thing before you have really committed cash flow. And so I think that's something I would have been even more aggressive than I already am about. Yeah, and I think it's, again, I guess I'm repeating, but don't be afraid of being in a niche as long as there's a market. Yeah. Like, I went into SCI and I was like, well, I used to do public health and I used to do these really big things. But spinal cord injury has been a window into a whole world and a lens that I wouldn't give anything away for.
Got it. Next question I see is ask about milestones. Before I actually read this question, I just want to comment on this because I was talking to some people about this the other day. As entrepreneurs, we always have these big, lofty, hit it out of the park goals, and I was always that very early on, some of the things that we did in entrepreneurship before we really knew any better or knew what we were doing. And then you become disappointed. So this whole notion of celebrate the small wins and be kind and generous to yourself. And we can talk the whole time here about mental health and taking care of yourself here, and sadly with depression and anxiety and in the general public, and for entrepreneurship, sadly, it's even higher. So with milestones, for even celebrate the small wins. So let's dovetail that into this question. So now that you've all reached your milestone, which I know it's always a work in progress, but let's say this milestone, reframe that, and created a successful product and campaign, how do you stay motivated and keep your team engaged as well? So Carolyn, let's start with you on that one.
Sure. Yeah, sometimes I guess you can look back and be like, man, I've been working on this product for quite a while. But then in doing so, you reflect on like, holy cow, like I used to build this thing out of my bathtub and it was nothing but a bunch of like breadboards, and now it's literally being used by search and rescue teams around the world. Customers are huge motivation. We get emails weekly thanking us for creating what we created, that it's life-changing for their organizations, that they've been able to provide closure to families faster. And but one of our big milestones is we want to save life. We want that lifeguard situation, and we're getting so close. The more units out there, the better. I think as long as you know what your mission is, and that you have values that you live by, that you believe in what you're doing. People used to always ask me, because in the beginning, my God, they were like, I can't believe you're still going. Like, isn't it really hard? I'm like, yeah, but I can't quit. Like, it was just not even an option in my mind to go there. So, yeah, I think motivation seems to just kind of, as long as you're telling your story, so I got a lot better at that, talking about what you are actually trying to do. If you believe in it, that passion definitely seems to ooze throughout the rest of the company, into your community, and the energy will kind of, everybody else kind of live off and create more of it. But But yeah, I think as long as you have a clear mission and you believe in it, and that it's worth quitting your job for, worth not eating breakfast for, worth all the hard days, you can stay pretty grounded and motivated.
Got it, got it. So one of the other questions I was going to ask, but I ran out of time, is about the future of not only where you are, but how do you scale up? So maybe we can tie this into this question of milestones. So Harushi, why don't you take a crack at this? So where you are right now, not just with the cooling vest, but overall with Praxis, where you are and how are you going to scale? What are the opportunities and also some headwinds? What are some of the barriers to you're finding?
I think we're in a recession, no surprise. So I think seeing innovations die is really hard. At Praxis since 2020, we've run several cohorts, supported 30 companies, and in med device, we've had 4 actually helping people with spinal cord injury, so that's huge for us. Where we want to go, I think more and more, having charities to be taken seriously in Canada as not just, oh, you're doing a good thing, we actually know what we're talking about. I'd love Praxis to be an investor. We are a seed investor on some companies. Also to create a value stream for the charity long term, to actually be an investor and actually recycle returns. And I'd love for, for example, the cooling vest and other things, actually seeing that translated into the health system. So it looks like it's going to be in a good place, the cooling vest, for example, but Praxis has that track record where you bring an idea, but then you give that idea a home. And so if we can see in wound care wins and in the cooling space wins, and everyone with a disability can access something like this, I think that's where we have to go, which is really hard and tough, but that's what we have to strive for.
Got it. Thank you for that. Well, Kunal, I see you play basketball. The shot clock is running down here. You've got 20 seconds here to provide your nuggets of wisdom on this one here as far as milestones in the future.
That is 12 now. Well, I'm trying the aspect of motivation with headwinds and opportunities. I feel like with motivation, it's an easy one for us because we love new challenges, and I feel like as a founder, going from R&D to first MVP to first customer to 1 million ARR, to 10 million ARR, to 100 million ARR is a different challenge. It requires different skill sets. You need to be able to adapt and grow with the company. But equally right now, where we are at with UVX is the headwind is the opportunity. The headwind is how do you quantify the actual business case? How do you put these things into numbers? And if we're able to crack that, that becomes a really good story when you go into a customer interview or a customer meeting to make the sale and you show them a very clear ROI. So that's our biggest headwind, but also the biggest opportunity.
Love that. And
was it on time?
Both of you touched on the value of storytelling. If any of you were here earlier for the previous talk about the power of storytelling, I know all of you are great, and you're a writer, so obviously you're a good storyteller too. So it sounds like we need to wrap up because Michelle is now vertical, so I know when walking on the stage. So I know I'm about to get my walk-off music here. So I want to thank all of you for participating today. I want to thank our 3 fabulous, diverse, and impactful entrepreneurs and innovators here for your time and your insights to share with us today. So thank you so much for all this.
So thank you, Michelle, and thank you everybody for being here today. This is an exciting panel. In terms of getting ready for this panel, I learned a ton, and it was a very sobering sort of exercise, but it's also very inspiring because we have some fantastic panelists who are really on the front lines of dealing with climate change and its impacts on health, both locally and in the local health system. And so first, I'd like to start by having you all introduce yourselves and just give us a few minutes about your background, what you're doing. We'll start with Megan Wise, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. Lovely to be here. My name is Megan Wise. I use she, her pronouns. And I'm the coordinator at the Climate Hub at UBC. I'm going to introduce myself in the way that I've learned in the communities that I work with. And I am a settler descendant of Danish and Ukrainian farmers who moved their way into the Okanagan Valley. And so I grew up in the Okanagan Valley, and that is where my heart lives. Those are the landscapes that are deeply imprinted on my being and how I think about connections to land and nature. And that community, my community, has been through profound climate change impacts. Recently we had devastating wildfires. I've had family and friends that have lost homes. And so thinking about that, those relationships to land and the work that I do, in the climate work that I do, I feel a deep sense of commitment to the health and well-being of community in relationship to the impacts of climate change. And so my background, I'm a poli-sci background, sociology background. I did my undergraduate honors degree in researching ideological denial of climate change. And I spent my master's thesis working on exploring how we understand climate change as a fossil fueled pandemic. So as I was writing my master's, COVID unfurled upon the world, and looking at the lessons we can learn from that. And so in the work that I do, I work a lot with youth and students, and we work on programming that works with community on climate storytelling, climate justice research opportunities for students in partnership with community who are looking to deepen and kind of broaden their ability to engage in climate justice principles through the work that they do. And we work with students to bring climate content into courses at UBC through a unique program called the Climate Teaching Connector. And then another thing very relevant to this conversation is when I was a student staff there before stepping into coordinator, I started the Climate Wellbeing Engagement Network. And what that does is focus on building resources and workshops to support community in navigating the mental health and well-being impacts of climate change. And so we have public-facing resources to meet community where community's at, and run workshops with youth and community members to explore how to navigate and support each other in the different strategies we need to address the health and well-being impacts of climate change.
Great, thank you. Una.
Wow, how am I going to follow? So well done. Ahausa. My name is Una Krieg, and I am also a uninvited guest on the lands of the Stolo, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam First Nations. And as such, standing up for that Light Step legacy is something that I think about every day. Walking gently on this land, not appropriating the space, not thinking about this home as my own, but as one that was built on the bones of other people's. So my history, what I'm doing here, why am I here? The existential question. So I've been working in risk reduction, harm reduction, violence reduction, Indigenous women's rights, the status of women, increasing the status of women and health outcomes for the past 20 years, mostly in the downtown east side, working with innovations in medical care, culture as medicine, innovations in housing approaches as far as like low and no barrier housing, systems change thinking as far as how to increase the mobility, accessibility, and health outcomes for folks who are suffering underneath a system that was built to disclude them from what's considered the general population. I worked across British Columbia as a peer navigator. I created a bunch of peer-to-peer program, like Nothing About Us Without Us, peer programming to increase the esteem of people in community who identify in a peer group so that they are able to have a voice at the table trying to solve the problems that are facing them instead of being told how to solve and being a token person in these spaces. So systems change. When I met Gordon, the co-founder of Brave Technology Cooperative, I was deep in the overdose crisis. At the time, it was just a crisis. It was not considered an epidemic. And I was exhausted by the 200 times that I had reversed overdoses in alleys and nearby places, in stairwells, in bathrooms, It just seemed like people were dropping like flies. Walks in Gordon Casey, who says, how is this community surviving? And it's the community, given resources to protect itself, are able to, because it's a visible community, they're able to get naloxone to the site. They know the when and the where of an overdose, and they're able to get naloxone to the site and start applying rescue breaths and applying a community-based mutual aid version of overdose reversal. He's like, do you think that technology could scale that? and I looked up from the downtown east side, and I looked at Vancouver, and then I looked at BC, and then I looked across Canada, and then I looked to the United States, and then I started looking at the UK, and then I started understanding at a global level, and I thought, oh my God, technology might be the only way that we can scale this solution into, like, at a global level to have population level impact. And I got very excited, and we got to work at beginning Brave Tech Cooperative, and we began to develop tools, relationships, coalitions, and really started to, I'll borrow from Adrienne Brown's work, is seed the preconditions necessary to hold change. And I got very excited. So that's why I'm here. And I hope I haven't gone on too terribly long.
No, Michael, tough acts to follow.
Absolutely, and it's a real pleasure. We've just met in person recently after working together to plan for this session. And yeah, I'm Michael Schwant. I work in public health. I'm a medical health officer at Vancouver Coastal Health. And climate change has been described as the greatest public health challenge of the 21st century. This was said by experts, global experts, before the COVID-19 pandemic. It was true then. It's still true. This is a crisis that, whether through extreme heat, through wildfire smoke, through drought, storms, and displacement, is expected to have more impact on human health than any other single issue. So as a public health professional, this is a natural to come to this, and it's working in a field that concerns itself with prevention, taking the whole community or the whole population as the patient, and looking at complex solutions to complex problems. This is an exciting space to be in with colleagues like this. We know that there's an intersection of crises that lead to the impacts of public health. When we think of the BC heat dome, we know that this was a collision of underhousing, a lack of social connection, and of course the climate crisis. So when we think of the complexity of any one of those issues, we see how many different issues we need to approach all together, and that takes an all-of-society approach. So while the impacts might be on the health sector, it's really multiple different groups that need to get together on this. So without saying too much more about my own background, I'll just introduce as the public health interest in this topic, and really looking forward to the talk today.
Well, thank you. So I'd like to start with I think we mentioned, many of you have mentioned, is the heat dome. So when I was doing some research for this, I found that the coroner's report suggested that like 680 people died due to the heat dome. And that was very troubling, sobering. And it really sort of stressed the impact on folks, different types of folks. So I'd love to hear your perspectives for your communities and how it's directly impacted the people that you work with and support. I'll start with Una.
I mean, of course, every crisis has a disproportionate push, oppressive force on folks who are already displaced. So folks who live especially folks who live under the guise of the shivering denizens of the downtown east side, as an example. But you're more likely, we have a predisposition to suffer from heat exhaustion if we have any kind of medical issues that go on. So it's not just my people who were my people. It's not just my people who were impacted that was more impact on our folks. I'm so sorry, I'm like stumbling here. I just shake it off. The heat dome brought up something else for me, more than it was about the health impacts on people who we serve with Brave Technology at large, and who I've been working with in community for a long time. The heat dome brought up the fact that the system, that the call and response of emergency had been gutted to the point where a community was no longer able to respond to itself, didn't have the resources to respond to itself. And as a result, folks who were already on the threshold of, with mental health or medical health issues, were more likely to experience the isolation that would drive fatality, as opposed to the being able to circle up and have folks in community come by and help with applying cold water around people's necks, or giving CPR when one person couldn't give CPR anymore. And it really frustrated me, because it's like, if at the time I was on Tinder, yes, please don't judge me. At the time I was on Tinder, it's like I could fly in anywhere. I could get a date within like 2 seconds. Anyone can get a date on Tinder in 2 seconds. Like, it's not, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that, so why was this woman in Abbotsford who manages a housing organization waiting for 3.5 hours for emergency services to call up, while she gave up after 20 minutes of applying CPR to one of her residents who had exposure, heat exposure? Within a stone's throw, there was another community member who, if they knew and had the resources, would have absolutely have been there in that time. So we become so reliant on these systems of call and response that were gutted 15, 20 years ago, that have disabled our ability to have a community response. So for me, that was more the piece that was coming up than just how it impacts people who use drugs, or people who have mental health issues, or people who live below the income line, or those who are housing challenged or housing, scarce, depending on how you want to say that. It really showed that the impact across the board is that we've lost the means to be able to respond to our own emergencies.
Wow, excellent. So, Michael, along those same lines, in our pre-meeting, you discussed sort of the impact of smoke and heat on farmers versus people in the downtown east side, and how there's more similarities than differences. Could you kind of expand upon that and how you deal with that in your personal in your work?
Well, sure, John. I mean, this came up in a discussion about some of the inequities that we see in these impacts, talking about our colleagues over in Fraser Health and in Vancouver Coastal Health. And this was said as well during the COVID-19 pandemic, that this is a storm that we're all in together. And many people wisely observed we might be in the same storm, but not in the same boat, in that these impacts are going to touch us in different ways, whether that's climate-related anxiety, direct impacts of extreme heat, perhaps sensitivities to wildfire smoke. There's going to be inequities and differences in those impacts. Many of those, it has to be said, are unfair and preventable. So when we talk about some of these impacts of extreme heat, we know that people who are housed in some neighborhoods of our city were 2 to 3 times more likely to need to go to an emergency room, more likely to pass away, to die during the heat dome than people in other areas of the city. And this was around fairly predictable lines, around material deprivation versus wealth, around access to cool and green space versus not, access to air-conditioned and safe housing versus not. So this is one major difference that we see. And then meanwhile, we see exposures to wildfire smoke that are higher among people living outdoors, people working outdoors. This is how the discussion around people working in agriculture came up, including people who are unable to take shelter, who are working in precarious situations. And this can be said for many of these different crises right now. And it applies not just at an individual level to individual risks, but at a neighborhood or community level in some cases. When we think about drought, which many communities have been experiencing in British Columbia through the summer due to these longer and drier summers, hotter summers that we expect to see, we know that many water systems in rural communities, and in particular in First Nations communities that have been left vulnerable by under-resourcing for decades, this is due to colonialism and due to systemic racism, are more vulnerable still to the impacts of drought right now. So we see very uneven distribution, but we can recognize that and we can manage that through work, not just as a public health system, but by society at large. So thanks for that question.
Yeah, thank you. So along those lines, Megan, I'd like to get your perspective. So, you know, the work that you are all doing is impacted by misinformation. Is this something that you mentioned and in your background looks like something that you fight on a daily basis? So could you help us, and could you also make my friends down in the South understand a bit more the challenges of misinformation?
Yeah, oh, thank you for that. And thank you for both of your reflections there. The work that I do is, I work a lot with students and youth and community members, community partners. And we were kind of having a conversation actually in the room together before coming out here and talking about the impacts of climate change on communities and looking at the root causes of that. I'm glad you spoke to colonialism and racism. There's these bigger systems at play in our world that sometimes we assume are innate. They just exist somehow naturally in the world, yet these are very constructed systems that we live with and amid. And how are these systems informing our experiences and relationship to climate change? The things that are causing climate change, the things driving climate change, the impacts we feel on an individual, community, or systems level. And so thinking about this layer of misinformation or disinformation, this is the landscape we currently live in. And I'm not sure, you know, if I could take a poll of hands up in the room, who has had to deal with somebody who has been captured by disinformation? And thinking about how are we, yeah, I can put my hand up here, I work in climate change, yeah. One of the things that we've had lots of conversations about with students and things like that, first of all, in the climate wellbeing engagement work that we do, we build a lot of resources for community. How are we telling the stories of impact, making sure that we understand each other's humanity and the shared dignity that we need to have as people experiencing inequitably for many different reasons, thinking about sociodeterminants of health, things like that. What are the pathways that we can connect to community that help to cut through disinformation? Because disinformation can really act as something that reinforces our worldviews. Climate change is challenging our worldviews in many ways. It's challenging how we have to think about economy. It's challenging how we have to think about systems of energy. It's challenging how we have to rethink transportation. And so when we are confronted with that, it can be very unsettling. It can be very unnerving. We assumed the world works this way, and so now I have to take time to reflect on how I ideologically or make up my understanding of the world. That's hard. It's fear-based. It's reactionary. That's our instinct as human beings. And so how do we pull back from that and ground ourselves in community connection based on things like shared values? So where are the bridges that we can identify and reach out to and see each other's shared humanity, each other's deserving dignity, and how can we build together with that? Because we don't have a lot of time to go down the path of mass polarization. There's mass harm down that road. And so in everybody's work, I'm sure this entire room comes from such a rich background of engagement and knowledge and networks and pathways and communities. What is it in your work that you can identify and reach out to community, thinking about the impacts of climate change in relationship to building solidarity, building shared dignity, building bridges and pathways grounded in shared values? It's hard work. There's no silver
bullet or one kind of, pathway through that. But it's something to reflect on and think about how we come back together as opposed to how we keep merging apart from each other in polarization amid mis and disinformation and malinformation, which is weaponized information as well.
Great. And so one of the things that we were talking about before this panel was sort of the shared values, and it was something that sort of, when you think about the climate change, it's certainly increasing in terms of engagement, et cetera, but in terms of the, the drug poisoning crisis, how does shared values really sort of, how does that impact your work at Brave and your work with, folks who are displaced, et cetera?
I think that a lot of our work around creating, so as a staunch harm reductionist, I really believe in meeting people where they're at. And that includes people who have opposing behaviors and views to mine. I can't graft a new idea. I can't bring someone into a stage of change that they're not ready for without having found whatever that common ground is. Usually the common ground is grief. People build up these walls around grief. The other common ground that you're talking about, this shared values piece, is like literally how the economic forces have continued to drive climate change because they have shared values, of which the climate is not one of them. So in working on trying to, I can't change anyone's opinion. I can't appeal to a sense of heart if they don't have compassion, right, for the, to create that connection. What I can do is find out what is it that they're grieving in order to lean into what we were talking about earlier, is like that tender state of transformation that needs to happen in order for the mind and the heart to open up to plant some other ideas in it. And the World Health Organization in 2018 wrote this beautiful, the status of the opioid epidemic, and it is titled, "We don't have a drug problem, we have a drug perception problem." And it's like, so a lot of our policies are driven by a perception problem, stereotyping, digging in at those shared values with people. It's like you've got shared political aims, you have shared political values, you have a shared type of economy that brings in a very particular brand of return on investment. Those are like, staunch and really, really difficult to change. So it has to start at this grassroots level. So then how do we train enough people in the harm reduction approach to begin to have all of those conversations with their family members? We have all been there. You have all sat at the dinner, the family dinner, and they're like, someone in your family is like, oh God, I hope she doesn't bring that up, because it's just going to be a big fight, because people are really set in their ways, especially if it has been forged by grief. And most of the time we're making decisions to take a polar, it's either all good or all bad, it's either all black or all white, because we can't live in the gray because we're living in the grief body. There's a lot of grief associated with dealing with and looking at climate change. There's a lot of grief associated when dealing and looking at the number of people that we're losing due to overdose. There's a lot of grief when we're looking at pollution level events, when we're looking at people who are not able to survive cancer or access treatments. Like, there's so much grief, so there's a lot of mistrust of the solutions that are in place. So there you go. There's my 2 bits.
Great, thank you. And so, one of the terms that you used during our call was syndemic. And so, there's the talk about the syndemic, all the things that are hitting us at once, and then the resilience of us and the healthcare system. So I'm going to read a quote that I found that really spoke to me. This is from Dr. Sue Ann Bell from Michigan School of Nursing, we should think of resilient systems as a continuum of how we mitigate, prepare for, respond to, and recover from climate disasters. I'd like to start with Michael in terms of VGH and the province. What are we doing currently? What's working in terms of improving the healthcare system to make it more resilient?
Yeah, I really appreciate the question. I mean, we work in public health, trying to take that preventive approach that I described earlier, but also very closely with the systems that are downstream of that, looking at acute care, including the ambulance system, the emergency rooms in our hospitals as well, and all of those are part of a continuum. So I think that we'll see, and we do see right now in the health system, much more preparedness for emergency events like wildfires, like extreme heat that might affect our communities directly, or lead to people being evacuated to and from our communities as well. This is something, unfortunately, we've seen increasingly in our province right now. Candidly, most people who work in the health system will probably agree if their department, hospital, or clinic had a climate preparedness plan 10 years ago, if they had it, it was probably in a binder on a shelf, if not saved away in an equally dusty hard drive. This was not work that's been really normalized and socialized in the health system until very recently. Right now, our health system has required that every department, from the emergency room to home care and others, does need to have these preparedness plans in place for these sorts of things. And I think that sometimes when we look at the immediate reporting of events, tragic events like the heat dome, and we see ambulance systems overwhelmed or emergency rooms that are full, there's a lot of importance on addressing those things and ensuring we have the emergency capacity to understand as well, but also to look back to what are the community drivers of these issues. So what can we be doing in terms of social connection that we can actually support, in terms of safer housing that we need to be developing, and that continuum from what you could call acute care medicine to public health to even things that I think that are broader and even upstream of what we typically call public health services. But some of these actions that we've been talking about these shared values and approaches we can take really all do link together. And I think that when we think of things that way, we see more and more healthcare providers getting involved with this, developing approaches to planetary health, even in our healthcare system, which is actually a very big emitter of greenhouse gases, carbon emissions. So we have a lot to do within our own health as a healthcare system as well as trying to encourage that in the rest of society.
Yeah, we've had separate panels on that actually, in terms of the sort of greening of the hospitals, et cetera, and sort of the opportunities there. And Megan, you've looked at, sort of the intersection of different communities, et cetera, on healthcare and climate change. How do you see resilience coming into the system?
Yeah, I appreciate that question as well. Resilience is this word that we hear a lot. And I'm going to do a quick audience poll. Raise your hand if you've heard the word resilience used in relationship to climate change. Raise it high so I can see it. Okay. Now raise your hand if you feel like you can explain the concept of resilience to your neighbor. I see one hand. 2 hands. I see one in like one of these. And the reason I ask that is because we hear this concept of resilience a lot. And one of the things I'm really conscious of is how resilience, this concept of resilience, has really been weaponized in communities, specifically the communities that are most impacted by climate change, pandemic, opioid crisis, things like that. So taking a second to we've been working with students, and some of the work that's come out of the Climate Hub with a lot of student work and engagement is this idea of how do we reframe our understanding of resilience. So thinking about resilience is both a noun, something that we can get to, but it's a verb. It's fundamentally a verb. Resilience is never over. We don't actually get to it and go, oh, we did it, check, we're there, good for us. Resilience is something that we have to practice in so many different ways as community. We have to have it embedded in our systems. We have to have it embedded in our mindsets. We have to have it embedded in how we relate to each other. And so thinking about resilience in a way that is supportive of understanding the interconnectedness of crises, understanding the interconnectedness of vulnerability. What does that mean? How does that intersect in somebody's experience of pandemic, climate change, and opioid crisis and housing crisis? and inflation. Where are the intersections of that, and how are you resilient, not as an individual, but in relationship to the systems we put in place that allow for the capacity to thrive? And so my instinct there is to really, as a community, as a society, reflect on what are we asking for in relationship to resilience? What do we want that to look like? How do we need that to function? And so that's, I think, some of the work. And there's beautiful student work happening in and around these issues. And a lot of community conversations that can be fostered. So again, a call in to community is if you use that word in your practice or in your network or in your organization or the work that you do, how are you using it? What does it mean? And maybe taking time to think on that and think about how it relates to issues of climate change.
Excellent, thank you. Are we up for Slido yet?
We have a number of questions actually on Slido.
I thought that we would.
Yeah, can we go to Slido at the back there? So we'll just give them a minute. You got one more. Oh, there we go. There we go. Excellent.
All right. I'm not going to go to the second one yet. Michael, how are you partnering with different city governments within and outside Canada to share and learn about best practices to improve outcomes?
Wow, thanks for that question. And certainly within Vancouver Coastal Health, we have several different municipalities. Of course, the city of Vancouver, where we are right now, and that many different programs, whether that's emergency management, parks and recreation, who have many of the facilities to become cool and cleaner air spaces, city planning, trying to shape communities that actually support that resilience, not just ask it of people, but actually create the conditions for it. So we work with many different programs within municipal governments in Vancouver and other communities as well. And we're often told by communities in respect that we can't just take the Vancouver approach and take that to Gibsons or to Powell River, much less to some of the other diverse communities around the region too. So it takes relationships and connections over the course of time, but we do try to work again with other parts of government. In terms of connections with others, we've had some really positive partnerships with, in fact, with Seattle and with Portland. There's a collaborative work that's happening that's coordinated by the University of Washington down in Seattle, trying to learn from our experiences, noting that we have very different experiences between those states, and they've told us, certainly between Canada and Washington. We've noted, they've pointed out, well, you have a universal healthcare system and you still had a lot of problems, and we say, well, the healthcare system isn't the only thing that's impinging on people's health in these cases. So we have a lot to learn from one another, and so that's something that we've been really happy to participate in and try to learn across borders, truly.
Great, thanks. I love this question. 20 years ago, social media viewed as a democratization of media. Now we see the emergence of polarized echo chambers. I think that's a nice way to say it. How do we get back to rational dialogue? Who would like to, I'm looking at Una first.
I don't know. We need other media other than social media, other ways of connecting. I honestly, I thought that question is one of the most amazing questions of all time, and I will be pondering that at about 3 a.m. this morning.
Right. Megan, any thoughts on that one?
I agree we need more platforms of engagement. Like, again, we channel all of this through some really primary sites, right? And so when we think about social media, there's a few that come to mind. How are we creating space for dialogue in, I'll use even just, an office example. So in my work, there was an opportunity to come together, and we'd never done this before, and there was a lot of wildfire activity, and we came together as a staff to just check in and say, how are we doing? We are bearing witness to mass trauma. And this goes back to your moment of grief here. We're bearing witness to mass trauma. And where's the opportunity to check in with each other just to talk about the feelings that we have connected to the crises we are bearing witness to? and making space for that, because I think that humanizes everybody. And so when we then go to look to social media, again, this goes to people's fear. This goes to people's sense of uncertainty, and it's easier to jump into an echo chamber and reconfirm those fears and uncertainties than it is to be vulnerable and open yourself up to your raw humanity with your fellow beings. So I think start small. Addressing social media as we need new social media platforms, sure, I think we do. And maybe some policies around care around social media and things like that. But start small. Start with your network, your community, your office, and how you are starting conversations about your own shared humanity, and hopefully that has a ripple effect.
I just want to tack on to that I think social media might have been viewed as a democratization of media, but that's not actually what it was. So it's not, it seems like this was the trajectory it was always going to go on. It was going to get popularized with the idea that it was a democratic, and then everybody was going to adopt it, and then people were going to start controlling the narrative and making sure that we were in those annals of information so that they could control the information. So that's just off the top of my head. So how do we get back to a rational dialogue also brings me to the question of, have we ever had one?
Excellent. So I think I'll combine two questions for the last few minutes that we have together for this session. So, basically, what is your call to action, and really where to start? And I'll start with Michael. Give you the easy question.
Yeah, no problem at all. It's of course, as you phrased it, Jonathan, it is a challenging question. One thing that I really hope that folks can do is to see some of the co-benefits in taking action for climate mitigation and adaptation. I think when we're looking at different community members, different audiences, some of the interventions that we describe from a health perspective, I would say, are almost magical cures at the community level. When we're talking about sustainable transportation systems that include active transportation, cycling, walking, public transit, these things have so many different benefits. Green spaces, not just for climate change mitigation, so trying to decrease some of our greenhouse gas emissions over time, which is a very important piece, but also for being more resilient, better adapted to some of the changes that we're seeing, to creating opportunities for physical activity and social connection. And I think that many times, even as public health communicators, we often focus on health as the sole goal. What can we do in terms of health outcomes this week, month, or year? But I think trying to understand from community members what are the impacts that other people are looking for, and to be in better contact with community will help us to do a much better job in communicating, sometimes getting over misinformation and finding shared goals, because some of these interventions have many benefits that aren't just for health or aren't just for climate change, but for a lot of different benefits.
Thank you. Moving to Una, how can we support you in your mission with BRAVE?
Where's that question?
That's my own question.
That is a
Call to
great
action. So the reason why I ask, so I think we all sort of get climate change, we get the heat dome, but not everybody here has been impacted by the opioid crisis. So I'm asking, what can we do as a community here that are sort of less involved directly? How can we help on that front? What's your wish?
That is a great question, but I think that with last year there being over 112,000 overdose fatalities in North America, I think we'd be far reached to find any room that hasn't impacted at least one person. So I don't think that there are really a lot of degrees of separation at this point. The Gore stats are like since 1999, over 1 million people have died due to overdose fatality, which is largely reversible. Largely reversible, right? It's a lot. So for the general public and people who want to do good by doing this work, or are interested in reducing fatality and leaning into systems change thinking and population level change. How you can help me with my vision toward that is you can check out the website, you can volunteer your time with us, you can volunteer your expertise with us, you can listen to my like wild ideas, you can become part of or involved in our process, in our gathering of collaborators where we're trying to create a decentralized coalition for motivating an entire ecosystem change. You can educate yourself on absolutely every aspect, but at the end of the day, the thing that you could do the most is carry naloxone, understand the signs of an overdose, know that it could be happening on the bus, in a washroom, on an airplane, and be able to respond to it in kind. And that is the, turning yourself from a bystander into an ally in this work. So at the very minimal level, if you're interested or you've been impacted or you want to help, just carry naloxone, right? And then also, don't be a jerk.
Well, that'll be harder for some of us. Megan, how do we follow that?
Thank you for the work that you do. And thank you for that call to action, because it's an important one. And in thinking about how the community here can support some of the work that I do, and I see myself as working in service of youth and students in many ways in the role that I'm currently in. And so I bring that frame to this. When I'm in workshops, I do a lot of workshops with youth and students, and I do a lot of climate health and well-being workshops with adults and community members. When I'm in workshops with adults and I ask the question, what inspires you about climate work? What gives you inspiration? And almost always one of the #1 answers is youth. Youth organizers, youth voice, youth mobilization, grassroots movements, and calls to action coming from youth. When I do these workshops with youth and I ask that question, they never say adults. Not once have I heard youth say, adults are inspiring me on climate action. Usually what I hear from youth is that they're terrified, that they feel angry, they feel betrayed. They feel that trust has been broken and that the onus and the burden of action is being placed on youth. The expectation is that youth can do this. And the reality is we need to do this. So when I think about what are those calls to action, again, to use your framing of moving from bystander to ally, nobody has the luxury of being a bystander in climate change. Everyone needs to be an ally because climate change is globally collective work. And so how do you situate yourself to be an ally of those on the frontline communities, Indigenous communities, groups who have been fighting environmental racism, who have laid the groundwork for this understanding of climate justice. How are we working in allyship to address these really complex, as you started off, climate change being the most important public health challenge we face collectively, globally? So that call to action is hear youth, support youth, get behind youth, lift up their movements, lift up their organizing, lift up their voice, and really create space and opportunity for them to co-lead a lot of the climate work that we need to do, because this is the world they inherit. And we want to make sure that it is a just one, that it is a fair one, that it is a thriving one, and that will take all of us.
Wow, thank you so much. So I guess we are out of time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt like this. I know where mine's spreading. Somebody had a question on the hair. It all seems so much. Where can I start specifically today? Yeah. I don't want to leave you sitting in the audience with that question. Wherever you are, recognize that today, that question is because you care. And that care is enough for today. You care, and that's enough. Give yourself the grace and the empathy and the self-compassion to know that you care enough to ask that question, and that's enough for today. For other strategies, you can actually go to the Climate Hub website, and we do have resources that talk about systems actions, community actions, and individual actions. I recognize you're overwhelmed. I see you. I want to bear witness to that question, so sorry to go over time there.
All good.
Well said. Thank you very much. It's very impactful.